Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for tuning in to this episode. This is the 300th episode of Last Born in the Wilderness, and I am your host, Patrick Farnsworth. What I wanted to do here at the very beginning is to explain a bit of what to expect here as you proceed through this episode. First off, I'm going to say it's going to be a really long episode. And the reason for that is because what I normally do, of course, if you follow this podcast, if you've listened to anything I've produced in the past, you know that I'm a long-form interviewer. I like to interview various people about various subjects that I find to be very relevant, very timely, very important to me personally, and also what I think is important and relevant to the time that we're living in a general sense. I cover a lot of different themes, a lot of different subjects on this podcast. And what I did with the 200th episode, referencing that real quick, is what I did is I went through the previous 100 episodes. I found the interviews that I felt were most relevant to the overarching themes of the podcast during that period of time and created something of an audio essay out of that. So in that episode, I pulled those segments, I played them for you, I provided commentary to each of them and tried to place them within the broader context of the work that I have been doing. And I'm going to be doing something very similar in this episode. So I'm going to be going over the previous 100 episodes that I had conducted since I released the 201st episode up to 299. And what I did is I tried my very best to first find the ones that I felt were the most relevant, the ones that I could connect together into some kind of coherent narrative or a theme, find the common threads between these various subjects. And what was even more difficult than that, though, was after I started pulling out all the episodes that I wanted, it was really difficult for me to exclude certain episodes. Now, certainly there are episodes that I'm not going to be including in this episode, and that's not because I don't like those episodes or I don't like the people that I featured in them. It's just that as I've started pulling out the episodes and thinking about the common themes that were discussed over the previous 100 episodes, these were the ones that seemed to best serve the purpose that I had for this thing. So I just first want to say pretty much everyone I've interviewed over the past 100 episodes are excellent people, excellent writers, excellent thinkers, excellent philosophers, excellent activists, just people that I've greatly admired over the time that I've gotten to know their work and had the opportunity to interview them about their work. So that's all this is. This is really a way for me, personally speaking, to reflect on what I have been doing for the past almost 2 years. I was actually looking at the date of when I released episode 201, and that was in July of 2019. So it's been almost 2 years since I released that 201st episode. And all that being said, as I started pulling out all the episodes that I wanted to feature, all the segments from those that I wanted to feature for this episode, I broke it down into about 7 sections based around specific themes of those interviews. So what I'm going to be doing here, just a way that you know what's going on, is that in the description of this episode, you're going to find timestamps for each of the sections that I'm going to be featuring, the people that are featured in those sections, where you can listen to the full episodes, etc. And the best place to go for that, to look at that description, because I think it's going to be fairly long and substantial based on what I have already for my layout of this episode, you can find that on my website at lastborninthewilderness.com. I'll be putting a link directly to this episode in the description. So if you're listening to this on whatever platform you're listening to this on, you can easily just go to the webpage and you'll see all of that there. So what I want to say before we jump into this thing is just to give you some idea of what to expect as you proceed through this little journey that I've constructed here for you all, is that this episode, as far as themes go in sections or subjects that are discussed, the first part is really going to be about the scale of we could call it the environmental crisis or the biospheric crisis that is occurring on the planet right now. This is a very consistent theme through my work. If you've listened to my work all the way back to pretty much the beginning, I have talked about climate disruption. I have talked about the environmental crisis, as it were, human systems and their impact on the living systems of the planet. So when I say human systems, I mean specifically industrial capitalism or techno-industrial capitalism, particularly the capitalistic societies that have emerged out of the Industrial Revolution. All right, then after that, we're going to get into a really short section relative to the other sections in this episode, which revolves around my 2-month trip in Brazil. So, beginning in December 2019 up to February 2020, I was in Brazil. I conducted 5 interviews while I was there. That was done in collaboration with Mina Wabi-Sabi, who's an excellent political theorist and writer. And we had decided, of course, leading up to that trip, that I would fly down there and that with her ability to provide translation and to be able to set up interviews with people down there, that we would conduct these interviews. And it was a really profound, life-changing experience for me. So there were 5 interviews there, and 4 out of 5 of those interviews were done in Portuguese. And so when I get to this section, I'll talk a little bit about that trip a little more and what happened during that trip and some of the insights that I've had. I just have to state again, that was an extremely significant trip. And I just want to say also that as I present each of these segments, each of these sections, these parts to this episode, it isn't exactly chronological, but I do want to state that with the Brazil trip, it happened right before COVID hit, right before the coronavirus pandemic became, well, at least the reaction to it was global in scope. Because I recall being in Brazil and hearing about this novel coronavirus emanating from Wuhan, China, and how it was this very scary thing, and it was likely going to spread to other parts of the world. And, at that point, we just didn't know what to expect, right? We were still just barely beginning to comprehend the vast changes that were going to occur. And so that then moves into part 3 of this, which is going to be dealing with COVID. I'm going to be getting into the surreal quality, or just the ways in which this pandemic has affected us on a deep emotional and social level, the political and economic ramifications of this pandemic. But before I even explain all of that in this section, I'm going to be talking a bit about culting or cult dynamics, because that plays a big role in this, because I'm going to be getting into QAnon and some of the conspiracism or conspiracy theory-esque ways of thinking about these things. And it seems that with the pandemic in particular, because of the social isolation, the fact that we live in a time of having instantaneous access to information through the internet, political crisis, and so on, and just all of these things intersecting to create a situation in which we lived in a very fragmented reality. We still live in a very fragmented reality around this thing, where you have, in the United States specifically, half of the fucking population that doesn't even acknowledge that this virus exists or that it's nearly as bad as it is. And now that we have vaccines that have been rolling out and people in the US have been getting vaccinated, one of the major issues, of course, is getting to actual herd immunity, which would require at least 70% of the population of the United States getting vaccinated. And it seems incredibly unlikely that that's going to happen. And that is in great part due to the amount of misinformation and disinformation that has been spread. And so I'm going to be talking about this pandemic through the actual medical reality of it, what it actually is, how it affects people, how it's emanated also through our socio-political economic systems, our reaction to it, and also the fact that it was situated in the last year of the Trump presidency, right? So I'm going to be talking about that, and then we're going to move into part 4, which actually is about the uprising. So one of the effects, I think, of the pandemic, and it wasn't directly because of the pandemic, but I think that the pandemic created a particular context in the United States where certain things were more likely to happen. So for instance, last year in May, actually it's been almost a year as of the recording of this since this happened, George Floyd was murdered in Minneapolis by a white police officer, Derek Chauvin. Now, we've had many of these types of things happen throughout U.S. history. I mean, this is as old a story as it gets. A black man was murdered by a white man in a position of privilege and authority. And in most circumstances, 99% of the time, this white police officer would have gotten away with it, right? But because of, I think, the moment that we were in, the fact that we were in the Trump presidency, the fact that we had, so many other cases of police brutality that have become highlighted over the years because of the material conditions of the time that we're in. I mean, there's so many different factors. It exploded. This video of George Floyd being murdered, it created a wave of uprisings, the likes of which we have never seen before, that went on for months and months and months and months. And it brought up a whole lot of questions, a whole lot of issues that we as people in this country, citizens of this settler colonial state, that we have to look at around race, around white supremacy, around policing, around a lot of these subjects. And of course, out of that came reactions. We saw, because of such figures as Trump was, of course, condemning all these protests, these uprisings. He was dog whistling, of course, over the course of his presidency to far-right groups, and it only got worse during these uprisings. So in discussing that section, we are going to be talking about race, we're going to be talking about blackness, we're going to be talking about whiteness, we're going to be talking about all of these things and some of the things that we have observed during those uprisings. So that's going to be that. And then we're going to move into the next section, which is about fascism, and it is about the coup attempt that happened on January 6th, when we saw thousands and thousands of MAGA heads storm the Capitol building, resulting in the deaths of, I think, 5 people. And I mean, I'll just say this, after now it's been several months since that happened, it's become increasingly clear that, 1, it could have been worse, and 2, the Republican Party is overtly fascist at this point. It is an authoritarian political party, and there's no pretenses any longer to it being anything else. That's where we're at right now. Just because we have a Democratic president, Joe Biden, doesn't change the fact that we still have those forces, those energies, you could say, in the cultural body of the United States. They've always been there. They're just being reformulated into something that is an actual coherent form of fascism in the United States. So I'm going to be discussing that event, what led up to January 6th, and just the trend of moving towards sort of a form of fascism in the United States. And then I'm going to break with that. The last 2 sections are going to be, I would say, based more in I want to say the psychological, but that's not even adequate at all. We're going to talk about depression. We're going to be talking about animism. We're going to be talking about primal wounds. We're going to be talking about intergenerational trauma. We're going to be talking about somas and cultural bodies. That's what that section is going to be. That has been a major theme of this podcast, is to discuss, even in spite of all this horrible shit that is happening, of the time that we're living in, where we have accelerating climate disruption, environmental destruction, rising fascism and authoritarianism, increasingly divisive politics, an increasingly divided society, and so on. My focus has been, well, in spite of that, how do we find other people that understand what's going on? And how do we begin the process of healing and creating spaces for ourselves to break the chains of colonialism, the chains of trauma that many of us have inherited, including myself. Like, this is all very personal for me. So as much as I like to talk about current events and all of this other stuff, I also bring myself into this a lot. I talk about myself, and I hope that in presenting myself and putting myself in these episodes so much, that you listening to it can also find pieces of yourself in it as well. That is one of the strengths, I think, of my podcast, is my willingness to be vulnerable about a lot of these things. So that section is going to be dealing with that, and that is going to be a potent and substantial section in and of itself. And then we're going to move into the last section. This is part 7. And this is going to be about death, endings, cycles, collapse, decline, grief, and what comes next. This isn't going to be the longest section, but this is going to be the cap on all of this. And I'm just going to leave that there. I mean, some of my favorite interviews are going to be in that section. I'll just say that. Some of the most potent interviews that I've recorded will be in that part. Okay, so you get an idea of what this thing is about. Again, this will be a long-ass episode. But before we jump into this episode, before we really get into it, I want to feature a call that I received from a listener of the podcast, someone who is a friend of mine, who I love dearly. And I think the tone of this call, where he was at that particular moment in time when he called me and left this message, will be a good place to really begin this journey. His name is Bill, and he sent me this call, actually. I got this call near the beginning of the pandemic. Yeah, I'm just going to say that. I'm going to play this call, and then we're going to jump into the first section.
Hey, brother. It's Bill in New York. Hope everything is all right with you in your corner of the universe during these strange times. As for me, man, it's been pretty insane. My brother died 2 weeks ago. I was in South Carolina. That's where I grew up. And then I came back here into COVID-19 insanity. And as I work in New York City, which is now the epicenter for the outbreak, I believe half of all new cases. But just in New York, it's surreal and a rather tragic, apocalyptic way, I suppose. I've been going into the city to work, wearing a respirator, and there's a lot fewer people from New York, but there's just a strange sense there, and I don't know if I can go back. It's just difficult times for me right now. But I want to say that I really appreciate your podcast, man. They give me a lot of solace, really helping me right now. Each one seems to be even more relevant than the next. The timing seems to be wonderfully uncanny. And they're all barn burners, as I like to say. But I hope everything is all right with you. And yeah, I'll keep listening. And I hope we get to see each other again someday. Take care.
That was a very... there's certain calls that I get with this thing. People can, of course, leave me a message and I can feature it on the podcast and all that. There's a few calls that I got over the years that just really stuck with me, and that was one of them. You can hear it in Bill's voice. I mean, that was a time where he was experiencing grief. And, this actually reminds me, before we get into this first section, I was corresponding with somebody who's a listener of the podcast, and we were talking about how difficult it is sometimes to talk about what this podcast is about. Like, I don't always know how to explain what my work is. I can be very general, of course. I can say, yeah, I talk about these particular subjects or whatever, which is easy to do. But sometimes that's not really sufficient. I don't feel like it's sufficient. But this listener, this friend of mine, was saying, this is a podcast about dying. And that's a good description. And within dying, there's so much to explore. Anyway, I thought that was appropriate to share that call with you all again. It was one of the more significant ones that I've received. So, Bill, if you're listening, I love you. Thank you for sharing that part of yourself with me and with us. Thank you. All right, everybody, we're going to move into this first section. And as I described there at the very beginning, this section is going to deal with the environmental crisis, the ecological crisis, climate disruption, etc. That's going to be the major theme of this part. So the first interview that I would like to feature a section of is going to come from Nicholas Humphrey. Nicholas is a meteorologist and geoscientist, and his focus is on extreme weather events and their connection to our destabilizing climate. He attempts to communicate in an interdisciplinary fashion the serious risks from climate tipping points, extreme weather events, and ecological collapse. And I've had Nick on the podcast previously, and I wanted to bring him on again just so we can have a bit of an update, a conversation about climate disruption to discuss climate realities. So if you have a massive amount of ice, for instance, I remember last year in Greenland, there were these heat domes, as you mentioned in this, as you mentioned with this year over the Arctic region this year as well. These heat domes, raising the temperature to such a point where over an extended period of time where you have, I can't remember how many, I think it was billions of tons of ice melted on Greenland last year.
Yeah.
And all of that just drained into the ocean. It just went into the ocean directly. And I know that from my understanding, is that this ice would be considered fresh water. It's not salt water, so it spills into the ocean. It's
Right.
also cold. It's cold water, even though it's it's thawed, but it's cold, so it's spilling into the oceans, and that's impacting the ocean currents as well. So,
Right.
could you explain that and how it impacts the oceans and the currents of the oceans?
So the release of fresh water, you have with ocean currents dense, cold salt water that sinks when it reaches the high latitudes. The fresh water is cold, so it's still relatively dense, but because it has less salt in it, it is less dense than the cold salt water, and so it has a tendency to sink less deep into the deep ocean than the cold salt water. So as a result of that, you inject all this fresh water in increasing amounts into that current circulation. And of course, it's a huge circulation that goes from the tropics all the way to the polar regions, and then goes into the deep ocean and migrates back down to the tropics again and rises again on the other side of the ocean, going from west to east. You disrupt that circulation, you can make the ocean south of Greenland colder and less nutrient rich. So because you have less nutrients coming back up, so it makes other parts of the ocean less nutrient rich because you have less upward motion back up into the eastern part of the ocean versus the western part of the ocean. Sorry, I'm trying to explain it best I can without a graphic.
You're fine. Yeah.
But obviously people can look this up, this idea of upwelling on the eastern part of the ocean and then downwelling in the northwestern part of ocean basins. But basically you disrupt that circulation. You have less nutrient rich water rising back up again. That can disrupt fisheries, particularly on the eastern side of ocean basins. And you see this happen naturally during El Nino events. During El Nino events, you have less cold upwelling in the eastern Pacific, and that can cause less disruption of fisheries. So there's less fish fish can die from the increasing heat in the ocean. They can die from having less nutrients in the ocean, so there's less plankton, which means there's less food in the food chain for the other fish to eat, and so you have die-offs, and of course that affects humans that actually fish and for those in those fishery regions. So
Right.
It actually has a lot of implications biologically and ecologically to have all this water pouring out from Greenland that disrupts these ocean currents. It can, and then having this colder body of water located south of Greenland, there's been theories that this could disrupt the jet stream circulation. So you end up having an increasingly strong jet stream in the vicinity of that cold dome of water because it cools the atmosphere above it. And in fact, there's actually some evidence to show that it's actually colder in that region south of Greenland than in surrounding areas where it's actually warmer because of global warming. And you get a stronger jet stream in that region because of the increased temperature contrast, so it can produce more powerful storms. And those storms can impact Western Europe, impact the Arctic region going out of the Atlantic. And we've seen that in recent couple of years where we've seen some pretty significant storms, and these storms come out of the Atlantic, so they're very warm, very moist, and they bring abundant warm, moist transport to the Arctic, and it will rain over portions of the Arctic instead of snow and cause sea ice melt in, say, January or February. I mean, we've seen some crazy stuff the past few years in January and February in the Arctic, where you get like sea ice cracking on the north shore of Greenland in the middle of February.
Oh, man.
I mean, sea ice retreating because of so much wave action, heat, and rainfall spreading north, far north, over the ice sheet and over the sea ice. So it's interesting that you mentioned the loss of water from these abnormal heat events right over Greenland. Greenland itself still has a ridiculous amount of ice. It isn't going to lose that ice sheet anytime soon, but that transport of billions of tons of ice melting into water has effects on the ocean currents, has effects on the atmospheric circulation in the region, and that has impacts on everything from ecology to meteorology and the storms that occur in that area.
Yeah. Well, yeah, the thing you point to with the storms, so that's something that has been talked about, is that we expect there has been discussion of this about there being more severe hurricanes and weather events, or whatever you want to call them, in the Gulf region of off the coast of the United States. And of course, that region has been hit with hurricanes, pretty much every year. But I guess the issue is the severity of the hurricanes and the frequency. I mean, how many of them we're going to experience. So yeah, I guess to ask you about that is, I mean, what are the impacts on the weather systems as far as storms and all of that with what we discussed with the ice loss, heating in the Arctic region, and all of that?
Yeah, so it's interesting because hurricanes, if we talk about hurricanes for a second, they're classic heat engines. So they're driven by the release of latent heat. As you warm the ocean surface, you get evaporation, heat transports to the atmosphere, and then that heat is released when the water vapor condenses to form clouds, and that warms the atmosphere, contributing to more evaporation, and you get a cycle. You get a feedback loop, a positive feedback loop that drives a hurricane circulation. So the tropical cyclones, they depend on their initial formation depends on the ability to have a batch of thunderstorms that sit over an ocean, and the pressure to be lowered by some means. So you have winds that come in and transport air that's rising away from the storm, so that the central pressure of the developing system at the surface can deepen, what we call deepen, intensify. Once you get that, it's then a matter of how warm the ocean is and how much heat can be derived from that. And so there's a pretty general high consensus that as global warming continues, and much of global warming is driven by ocean warming, you'll get storms that are both capable of intensifying faster and reaching higher intensities than they would have otherwise. And there's been recent research demonstrating that both of these things have already occurred. We already have storms in our oceans, tropical systems in our oceans today that are both getting stronger than they otherwise would have and are intensifying faster than they otherwise would have if global warming did not exist. So global warming already has a footprint on tropical systems and tropical development. Now, I haven't heard any explicit connections between warming in the Arctic and tropical cyclones, although as I sit here and think about it, one could hypothesize that if you have, say, a jet stream, a polar jet stream that has bigger waves because of Arctic warming, and we can talk a little bit about that in a minute, you can get these waves extending not only poleward, so you get these big heat waves that extend all the way to the Arctic, but you also get these troughs, as we call them, these areas of lower pressure that extend farther down where the jet stream, and I say farther down relative to the northern hemisphere, northern hemisphere meteorologists talking. So equatorial word is the proper way to say it. They can provide what we call a polar outflow jet, where you get initial formation of a tropical system, and the air rises and gets blown away from the system by jet streams, these jet stream patterns that are a little bit deeper into the tropics than they otherwise would be. And they can also help steer the systems out of the tropics more easily and bring them into the mid-latitudes, causing greater impacts to people that live in the mid-latitudes with hurricanes moving northward and things like that. So that would be an interesting thing to study, how the effects of a changing jet stream. Although the thing is that there's still a lot of argument among climate scientists about whether Arctic warming is even having a sizable impact on the jet stream. There's still a lot of sort of internal debate about that. I tend to think it's accurate, and there are prominent scientists that tend to think that, like Michael Mann, Stefan Rahmsdorf, and some of these other well-known climate scientists that think that, in fact, Arctic warming is having an effect on the jet stream. But there's still a lot of fighting about that. But that is a way I could see that pattern of change could have an effect on tropical cyclones. But regardless, you are going to continue to see these heat engine storms, these tropical storms, get stronger, become more powerful, and do so faster as global warming progresses. And obviously that's devastating to coastal communities, and particularly island communities that are relatively isolated. I mean, we saw what happened with Hurricane Irma and Hurricane Michael and some of these other huge storms that impacted either relatively isolated communities or island communities that are just by their nature isolated in the Caribbean.
So we're just getting into the science of climate change there with Nick. That full interview was really interesting because we talked a lot about that, but we also got into some other issues that Nick doesn't normally talk about, involving social justice and racism and all this really other interesting stuff. And so I just wanted to make that comment. I really enjoyed that discussion with Nick, and I really look forward to having future conversations with him on the podcast, and I'm sure we will. And I would really recommend following his work, because if you want to follow really good science that's being independently done, but really, really good science about climate change and the effects on weather and so on, I would really recommend checking out Nick's work. But I also wanted to feature another scientist on here. The next one I want to feature is with Timothy Lenton. Timothy Lenton is professor of climate change and Earth system science at the University of Exeter and director of the Global Systems Institute. He has over 20 years of research experience in studying the Earth as a system and developing and using models to understand its behavior, and he's particularly interested in how life has reshaped the planet in the past and what lessons we can draw from this as we proceed to reshape the planet now. I had come across Timothy's work from an article that he had published at Nature, title of that was Climate Tipping Points, Too Risky to Bet Against. And I wanted to really hone in on this idea of tipping points, this idea that in the climate system there are certain things that once you reach a certain point, you pass a certain point in the climate system, that just creates cascading changes that just cannot be reversed or stopped. Nick talked about some of those in that previous section. Now, something I just want to comment on here is that I really appreciated this interview with Timothy, but this is by no means an insult, and I understand this for what it is. Sometimes scientists will lay out a really dire situation, and then when you start talking to them about the implications of the dire situation, they are hesitant to really state where that all could potentially lead. You know, they're often very conservative in their the way they like to present things. And I understand that, especially when you talk about things publicly. It can be a difficult thing to really say exactly what you feel about it. Nonetheless, Timothy does lay out some very good information about climate tipping points. Obviously, he's an excellent scientist, and I really appreciated his work that he has presented so far. And, as I wrote here in the description of that episode that I did with him, the title of that was Tipping Points, Cascading Climate Shifts and Nonlinear Changes Are Upon Us. I stated that as we approach 1.5 degrees C of warming above pre-industrial baseline temperatures, with several more degrees warming on the way, scientists are observing that numerous tipping points have been, or very soon will be, crossed. Timothy explains what these tipping points are, what impacts they will have and are already having on the living systems of the planet, including human societies, and what he believes can still be done to avert the impacts of the ones yet to be crossed. With the feedback loops or the tipping points that have already been triggered already, and knowing what we know, and also having, of course, a lot of room for not knowing, that space of, the known knowns and the known unknowns, and then the unknown unknowns, as they say. But when you get into this information and what's already happening, I mean, we're talking, okay, so for instance, it'll say in your research, for instance, we can expect several degrees of warming within whatever time scale. I mean, it's hard to get our heads around, what that really means and what kind of dramatic shifts would occur in the lives of everyday human beings. I mean, and I think we're already starting to see some of these effects. I mean, we're already seeing climate change impacting the lives of people all around the world as we speak.
Exactly.
And it's already really catastrophic. And so it's hard to imagine thinking, well, if we get past 1.5 C and to 2 or more, I mean, it's, I just, if you could speak to maybe your concerns and what you maybe would expect from that.
My concerns sound a lot like your concerns, that we're at about 1 degree centigrade of warming, and already some bad things are kicking off, and some nasty surprises are coming back to us from the climate system that's recoiling or responding more abruptly than we might have expected. And also there's some warming baked in, as it were, that we haven't seen yet, because the temperature doesn't respond instantaneously to the greenhouse gas level. It lags behind. So we're probably committed to the better part of 1.5 degrees of warming already, and it's going to be hard to avoid reaching that. My personal take on it is just like yours. We've already got some tricky things to manage and respond to at 1 to 1.5 degrees of warming, and it only gets worse above that. It may be at the moment that we've started to commit this loss of some major ice sheets. The only good news is at the current level of warming, they're going very, very slowly, if they are going. The problem is the more we warm it up, the faster they go, and again, it doesn't respond linearly. So if we go above 2 degrees of warming, there's some evidence and modelling to suggest that the ice sheet response and the sea level rise that we're committed to really starts to escalate and come quicker. And we also run the risk of tipping other faster responding bits of the climate system. My personal view is that 3 degrees centigrade of global warming is deeply dangerous and would be extremely difficult for societies to cope with, particularly poorer, more vulnerable people in a world of what's going to be 9 to 11 billion people on the planet. So I would do everything in my power to try not to go to 3 degrees of warming. And that's why I'm raising a flag, partly because several eminent economists have still continued to argue that 3 degrees of global warming might be just about optimal. And that to me is a kind of madness. Let alone 4 degrees. I think we have it in our powers. There's enough fossil fuel in the ground to easily push it to 4 or 5 degrees of warming this century. But I don't think we would get there, because I think we'd cause a breakdown of our civilization well before we got to that point, in my honest opinion. I'd like to be wrong on that, but I have some science to back it up.
Yeah. So the thing, though, I feel like with tipping points is that, so if there's, for instance, large deposits of methane in the Arctic region, I know methane hydrates is one thing that's discussed. Also, the permafrost is thawing as we speak. It's releasing methane and other greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. I believe that's actually mentioned in your article. I believe there's some mention of greenhouse gases being released. So my guess, my question is, you mentioned, like, if we don't stop now, if we stop burning fossil fuels right now, we could maybe limit it to 2 maybe or less degrees.
The situation is we can't stop it overnight. In the best case scenario, we try to change our whole energy system and go net zero, as it's called, net zero greenhouse gas emissions by about the middle of the century, about 30 years' time. And that's going to take a heroic effort if we collectively decide we want to go there, but it's still possible, and the UK is committed as a nation to doing that and is busy working out how to do it. If we manage that, then the best case scenario is we might limit the warming to 1.5 to 2 degrees-ish, possibly even 1.5 if we're lucky, and we'll have to ride that one out, and I think we would be able to. But that requires a heroic change in the current trajectory we're going on. The current trajectory is heading for way more than that. Even if all the commitments governments have made, even if they were to make good on those commitments, which is not clear that they would, we'd still be heading for more than 3 degrees of warming. And if those commitments are just words and not followed through with action, then the current trajectory would be taking us into the 4 or more degrees territory later this century. Now, you're right to then flag up that can kick in some other responses from the climate system that can amplify the warming further, or can just bring other forms of impact that are really difficult to deal with, as if the direct impact of that amount of warming won't be pretty hard to deal with in already hot parts of the world anyway. So one of the big wild cards here is what are clouds going to do? And we're in a situation where scientists are always trying to make better climate models, and they've been busy trying to make the representation of clouds in climate models better based on new satellite-based observations and so on. Now, some of the latest models are showing a response from clouds that actually just makes things worse. Basically, they think they've improved the representation of clouds in the models based on new data, but it's changed the models in a way that the clouds, instead of dampening the effect of global warming by the clouds getting more reflective, instead that effect's not nearly as strong as it was before, and so some of the models are much more sensitive in the sense that they warm more for the same rise in greenhouse gas levels, and they warm quite a bit more. Now we've got to hope those models are wrong, frankly, because they're showing about nearly twice the climate sensitivity or the warming for a given greenhouse gas level as the previous generation of models. So we wait with interest to see whether that's right or wrong. But it's yet another case where the crucial feedbacks in the climate system, we need to understand them better for sure, but they could become our enemy rather than our friend in this.
Yeah.
And they can be kicked off by, you warm it to a certain amount and then they really start to kick in and carry things along.
All right, so Timothy there presented some of his opinions, actually, on some of the things we can expect, and of course pointing to that, we may just see societal collapse by the time that we reach a lot of these tipping points that he described. Now, you can kind of tell from the picture already that I am presenting to you that the climate is changing irreversibly. I have my own opinions about this, of course. I've shared them ad nauseum on the podcast. I've stated over and over again that I think there are certain things that just can't be stopped. There's certain things that are just going to happen. We just have to find a way to make sense of that and to live within that reality. And what I also want to point to here in this section of this episode is that there are other things that are also happening that are destroying the natural systems of the planet, that are destroying the living systems of this planet. As I mentioned there in the very beginning of this, I had spent time in Brazil, but long before I ever went there, I've been fascinated by that region of the world, and I had interviewed an individual that lives down there that I've been very fortunate to get to know over the years, and that is Brian Mier. Brian Mier is the co-editor at Brazil Wire and a correspondent for Telesur English's news program from the South. He is an author and co-editor with Daniel Hunt of Year of Lead, Washington, Wall Street, and The New Imperialism in Brazil. And the very first time I spoke with him, I'm going to be featuring a segment of that interview with you, was back in September of 2019. And Brazil was making the news at that particular moment in time because of what was happening to the Amazon rainforest in Brazil, the ongoing fires and deforestation of that incredible region of the world. Of course, back in 2018, far-right President Jair Bolsonaro was elected in Brazil, and I will just be quoting here what I wrote from that episode, the description of that episode, just to give some context about what we discuss in this segment of our interview. On August 19th of 2019, the city of São Paulo, Brazil, experienced a complete blackout of the sun. Brian describes the event in the article, "The Day the Sky Went Out," and he states, "Was I dreaming? I immediately checked my watch. Sunset on that mid-winter day was scheduled for 5:51 p.m. There must be a massive thunderstorm rolling in, I thought to myself. There wasn't. It drizzled, but it appeared as if the sun had simply gone down 2.5 hours early, and there was a weird, clammy feeling in the air. As it turns out, it was a freak incident caused by smoke from out-of-control forest fires burning in thousands of points across the country, and satellite photos were showing that a lot of this was coming from the Amazon rainforest, including a huge fire in the Macaíta Alves Nature Reserve in Roraima that had been burning out of control for 20 days, which was set by illegal farmers and miners connected to the international capitalist value chains who are trying to steal the land. In short, one more example of the kind of behavior that U.S.-backed right-wing extremist President Jair Bolsonaro has been encouraging since he took office in January." So in this segment, he's going to be discussing that event. And I think it's important to understand this particular thing because, again, as the climate gets worse, capitalism, the ways in which it shapes, molds, informs human behavior, economic and otherwise, is making it worse. We need the Amazon rainforest, just like we need so many other bioregions in the world in order for the climate system to be stable, in order for us as a species and for the more than human life on this planet to continue to exist. And we are actively, and I say we, but I guess, capitalists and fascists and so on are doing everything they can to undercut the living systems of the planet. And this is a prime example of that, where the interests of agribusiness and so on, and the state interests that back them up, are doing everything they can to destroy some of the most biodiverse regions on the planet. And this event in particular was so dramatic because, as Brian explained in that segment I quoted there, I mean, there was so much smoke coming off of the Amazon that the sun was blocked out. I mean, this is just one of these examples of the apocalyptic, cataclysmic-like events that are occurring right now regularly. So I talked to him about this event in this segment.
Okay, well, I was picking up someone at the bus station, and São Paulo is this huge city. It's like, 30 or 40% bigger than New York or something. So I had to schlep across town to the bus station. I got there early, and I decided to go out and get a cup of coffee in a cheaper coffee place. And it's like 3 p.m. I walked out of the bus station. It was just dark. All the street lights were on. And I checked my first thing was I checked my phone. Did I blow the time? Am I late? Could it really be this early? Because it's winter here in the southern hemisphere, but it still doesn't get dark till like 5:40 p.m. And I just remember thinking, well, that's weird. And I just went out, having a few beers afterwards, and the vibe was really weird. The air felt really clammy, but none of me and my friends were really paying attention to what was going on until my wife sent me a message, said, well, this got dark because of the forest fires in the Amazon. And my first reaction was to think, well, that can't be true. Maybe it's fires going on in the state of São Paulo, because São Paulo is over 1,000 miles from the closest Amazon. That would be like forest fire smoke from, New Orleans covering Chicago, making Chicago go completely dark. And from Louisiana, I know there's not big forests in New Orleans, but
yeah.
So, but then my next reaction was I just felt like the woman in that Lars von Trier movie, Melancholia, thinking oh, the world is ending.
Yeah.
It was really depressing, and so then I was like, fuck, okay. So I asked Telesur if they wanted to send me up there to do some reporting, because I produce some news programming for them sometimes. And they decided to do it. They sent me up there with another photographer, Nacho Lemus, who's Telesur Spanish. And we decided to go to Porto Velho because it's the capital of Rondônia. It's a very emblematic state in the Amazon, because Rondônia is the place where, during the late 70s, the World Bank convinced the Brazilian military junta that it was good for the economy, it was good for the National Development Plan to rip down the Amazon rainforest. And so they lent $1 billion in today's money, 400 million or something at the time in 1980, for the military to cut open highway through the middle of the jungle, which, if you look at aerial maps now, is just surrounded by cattle ranches and soy farms, and to relocate 30,000 families from southern Brazil into the state to start ranching, basically. And then what happened is agribusiness, after they'd helped clear the land, agribusiness moved in and kicked all those people off their land, really. So now it's just these huge plantations and ranches, mostly soy is what's coming up now. And so they cut down so much of the rainforest. This social movements started fighting back. The indigenous people who lived there, the rubber tappers, environmentalists, thousands of people were killed. Eventually, they reached a settlement in which they converted 25-30% of the state into indigenous reserves and natural parks and rubber tapper reserves. This is the only place in the state where there's any jungle left anymore, right? And these reserves have been encroached upon over the years, even during the PT governments and whatever. But since the dictatorship ended, that was always illegal. That was always, they had, environmental protection agencies. You could sue people for doing that. It still happened. And in, many cases, you could blame government officials for being lax on this. But the fact of the matter is that during those years of the Lula and PT years, they reduced deforestation in the Amazon region at world record rates. They became the world leader in reducing deforestation, reduced it by something like 70 to 80%. And they started focusing on green economy measures. And one thing that's so emblematic about Porto Velho is that state next door, Acre, is the state that Chico Mendes was from. And so while the cattle ranchers were taking over the political apparatus in Rondônia state, everything was being ripped down, the rubber tappers and indigenous people fought back in Acre and took control, even though Chico Mendes was assassinated, took control of the state government. So they had like 15 years of PT state governments, Workers' Party state governments, where they developed a world model for like a green, sustainable economy, where even today, they're still generating billions of dollars a year from Acre in replenishable, forest products like rubber, Brazil nut, acai berry, and things like that. And as of last year, the state still had like 95% virgin rainforest cover. So what Bolsonaro's done right now, the geographers in the university in Porto Velho, Rondônia are saying is he's trying to push for a Rondonization of Acre and Amazonas. So since he's given the green light for all of the soy international supply chain, soy producers and cattle ranchers, just go into protected land and start burning it down. And the government has started cutting roads into Amazonas and Acre the same way they did in Rondônia. The highway between Rio Branco and Manaus and Amazonas had 98% forest cover last year, virgin forest. So now they're paving the dirt road that used to connect these two capitals. And on both sides of the road, they're just cutting massive holes into the forest. They've built soy terminals 100 kilometers upriver from Porto Velho in Amazonas state in the town of Humaitá, where 2 years ago, ranchers lit the Environmental Protection Agency headquarters on fire and were never punished for it. Then they're cutting into the Trans-Amazonian Highway 364 towards the town of Apuí, hundreds of kilometers towards the coast. If you look at the aerial photos of this region, satellite photos on Google Maps right now, it's pretty bad. It's pretty depressing, really.
Yeah.
And so that seems to be, and the fact is that okay, so the dictatorship ended, civil society took back control of the nation, opened up for democracy, and there's this general consensus among the Brazilian population that it's not good for the economy to rip down the Amazon. In fact, a recent poll shows 84% of Brazilians are against Bolsonaro's plans to cut all of the indigenous reservations in half and open them up for logging and mining and stuff. And so the problem is Bolsonaro still thinks everything that the military dictatorship was perfect. He has 16 former military generals from the dictatorship in his cabinet. That's more military people in his cabinet than there actually were during the last two presidents during the dictatorship. And so his plan seems to be really just restarting the dictatorship's approach towards the Amazon, which is rip it all down and hand it over to the ranchers and soy farmers.
That was the first time I ever spoke with Brian, as I mentioned, before I ran that segment. Yeah, I mean, it was such a dramatic event, and it really showed seeing those fires in the Amazon and actually having Brian explain the context of that and the complexity of the situation was really illuminating for me. But it just shows, how even in the midst of obvious changes that are occurring in our global climate system, we still have systems in place that are just undercutting some of the most biodiverse regions on the planet, all for what? So we can, raise more cattle, expand agriculture. It is so insane. I'm going to use that word. It's insane. It's insane that is how we're operating. And of course, not everyone is doing that. There's a lot of resistance to these types of things, but the dominant system is producing these types of events. And, the Amazon rainforest is still being destroyed. I mean, that was back in 2019. It's still happening year after year. It's just getting worse and worse under this, particularly under this, kind of neo-fascist regime that Bolsonaro has set up in Brazil. Anyway, I really appreciated Brian explaining that event and discussing that on the podcast. And so I wanted to move into this territory, but we're not just talking about the climate situation specifically, but we're also talking about the environmental crisis and how various systems that we are a part of are actively undercutting these systems as we speak. And I also wanted to talk about another thing, and this is actually from a more recently released episode with Dr. Shanna Swann. And I'm going to explain what this episode is about in just a moment, but I just want to introduce her. Dr. Shanna Swann is one of the world's leading environmental and reproductive epidemiologists and a professor of environmental medicine and public health at the Icahn School of Medicine at Mount Sinai in New York City. She is an award-winning scientist, and her work examines the impact of environmental exposures, including chemicals such as phthalates and bisphenol A, or BPA, on men's and women's reproductive health and neurodevelopment in children. So, as I describe in this episode, again, I'm going to be drawing on the descriptions that I wrote up for these things. But I wrote, when I released this episode, I wrote that humanity is in peril. Along with the ecological devastation expanding, industrialization has wrought on the global environment. Another looming catastrophe has emerged in the past century that threatens the human species: rapid decline in fertility. The reproductive systems of females and males in industrialized, particularly Western nations, have seen a precipitous drop in the ability to conceive and bear children, from falling sperm counts and testosterone levels in males and early menopause and cysts in the ovaries of females. The reproductive systems in human beings have dramatically changed for the worse over the past several decades. And Dr. Swann has identified several of the main culprits in this ongoing trend, namely the absorption and ingestion of various endocrine-disrupting chemicals found in countless materials we interact with daily, phthalates from plastics and numerous hygiene products, BPA found in hard plastics and electronics, flame retardants in furniture, and pesticides in foods, just to name a few. And so in this section, she is going to discuss how this is impacting the reproductive system in human beings. And I really wanted to highlight this part because when we talk about the ecological crisis and the environmental crisis and the climate crisis and all these other crises, there's all these other things that are also happening to undercut our ability as a species to survive into the future. And it's also impacting more than human life. She points to other research done by other scientists discussing how these types of chemicals, like pesticides, for instance, that are used for large-scale agriculture, how that is impacting the reproductive systems of other animals. And so we're doing so much. The systems that we're a part of are producing the conditions for extinction on a mass scale. And that is a lot of what I do on this podcast, right? Is to explore the nuances of this trend, because it's happening in so many different realms simultaneously, and it's hard to keep track of. It's hard to keep up with all the ways in which we're fucking ourselves over irretrievably or irreversibly. It's mind spinning. It's like, where do I even begin? It's like you go on the macro scale of the climate crisis and the environmental crisis, and you scale it down to the toxification of our environments on such a minute scale. And so anyway, Dr. Swann had recently released a book about this called Countdown, which goes over all of this information in great detail. And I think her work is really important. And, and at least, what she does explain in this segment is the things that we can avoid. So I don't want to instill a sense of absolute hopelessness in every single thing that I'm discussing here. I just want it to be understood that there are things that we can do. Obviously, if you're a human being, you want to live a healthy, full life to the best of your ability. And if you're capable of doing that, then you absolutely should. And part of that is to understand the toxic environments that we are a part of, the chemicals that we interact with regularly. I just wanted to feature this segment as well, just to sort of paint an even more detailed picture of the mass extinction event that we're producing here on this planet. Could you explain some of those, describe some of those chemicals and what they're in? I know we were talking about pesticides, which obviously are used for agriculture, but there's probably chemicals in our household. There's probably chemicals that we're exposed to probably fairly frequently, depending on maybe our profession or so on. But I'm sure there's plenty of these chemicals or these other pollutants that exist in our environment that we're exposed to regularly. Could you detail some of those for us?
I think it would be hard to find a home which does not have many of these chemicals. So one way to think about it is just, think about walking around your house. So in the kitchen, I worry a lot about food containers. So anything that is plastic and comes in contact with food is likely to increase the exposure to class of chemicals called phthalates, which make plastic soft and flexible. So think about squishy plastics, think about rubber duckies, shower curtains, and so on. Those phthalates have the ability to lower testosterone. And that's really a bad thing, especially for male reproductive function. It also affects females. Then also in our kitchen we find bisphenol A, which is sort of this flip side. It makes plastic hard. And those hard bottles, hard water bottles or baby bottles, or hard containers, it also lines tin cans. It's also in pizza boxes for some reason, but it's all over. And people say, and I say, based on our studies, that the primary source of exposure to these chemicals is through food. Okay. So I think a good rule of thumb is try not to put your food in contact with plastic if you can avoid it. So you have alternatives. You can use ceramic, you can use glass, you can use metal. Those are all non-toxic, as long as there are no coatings in them. Like a tin can that's coated with BPA. Then you can move into other rooms of the house. So if you're going to move into the living room, you could think about your sofa, and it has probably flame retardants in it, which are also endocrine disruptors. If you happen to have wall covering or floor covering that's PVC, polyvinyl chloride, that has phthalates in it. And then if you go to the bathroom and you've got just many, many personal care products, sunscreen, lotions, phthalates are put into personal care products because they increase the absorption. So as you know, if you put a cream on your arm or your hand, you come back, look at it again, 20 minutes, it's gone, right? And you want that. And what helps make that happen is phthalates, certain phthalates, diethyl phthalate does that. So it's obviously going into your body, right? Yeah. It's going into your bloodstream. Okay. And anything with fragrance, anything, you get that because it smells nice, but that smell is really actually a sign that you probably shouldn't have that product in your home. And that's particularly true of air fresheners and things that you hang in your car to make it smell better. That is all emitting phthalates. So it's all over. And the Centers for Disease Control has measured these in representative samples of U.S. population. It's in everybody. There's like 95% of people have phthalates and bisphenol A and these, what we call PFOAs, and these flame retardants in their bodies. So it's there, whether we want it or not.
Okay. How does this directly impact the reproductive systems of males and females in human beings? You mentioned, it affects sperm count, obviously, but what are some of the impacts that directly has on our ability to produce children?
I spent 20 years looking at that question. And the way I did it was to first recognize that the time in your life that you're most sensitive to chemicals, harmful chemicals, is when your body's undergoing change. And the period of greatest change is in the womb, obviously. You're going from a few cells to an organism, right? And there are other periods of rapid change. One of them is adolescence, but primarily it's prenatal exposure. That's I'm most worried about, and most people are most worried about. So there's two reasons. One is that a little bit goes a long way. A very small dose at that time has a very big effect. In other words, those cells are extremely, extremely sensitive. The second reason it's so important is because whatever you change in development, and we could talk a little more about that development has been programmed to occur at a certain time under the influence of certain hormones. And if you mess that up, you introduce changes that cannot be fixed.
Okay.
So they're called organizational changes. You're interfering with the organization of the organism. Mm-hmm. So you want me to tell you specifically what?
Yeah. If you could just explain that a little bit in as much detail as you'd like. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So the reason I started studying phthalates was because in animals, it had been shown that when the mother was exposed to certain phthalates, and those that most effectively lower testosterone, basically the most powerful testosterone lowering phthalates, when the mother was exposed to those at a certain time in pregnancy, then the male offspring developed something which was so striking that they gave it a name, and they called it the Phthalate Syndrome. Mm-hmm. Okay. So that was noticed, that was published in 2005. When I saw that, I thought, well, actually it was talked about before then, but around 2000. And when I saw that and heard that, I thought, wow, I wonder if that's happening in humans. Because I knew that humans were exposed to phthalates, everybody in the United States was. And so it was possible that human male infants also would have something like this syndrome. So what is this syndrome? Okay, I have to now get sort of down in there and really look at the developing fetus in the, very early first trimester. Okay, so it's very, very small. It's rapidly dividing, rapidly developing. One of the things that develops, and which is, of course, important for reproduction, is the genitals. Mm-hmm. Okay, so the genital tract starts out neutral. That is, it's the same in males and females, genetic males, genetic females. Okay, and then when the fetal testes kicks into gear and starts making testosterone, that testosterone produces changes in the genetic male. You with me? Mm-hmm. Okay. So when testosterone is introduced, then that genetic male starts differentiating, becoming different from the female. Mm-hmm. Okay. So the penis starts developing, the testicles start developing, and so on. Mm-hmm. If that doesn't happen, then what is left, it remains female, basically. So the default is female. Okay. So the male is developed under the influence of testosterone. Okay. Now, think about, what if there wasn't enough testosterone to do the job? Mm-hmm. And that's what happens when phthalates are introduced. Because phthalates, I told you, lower testosterone. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. So when the mother is exposed to these testosterone lowering phthalates, that gets into her bloodstream, goes into the fetus, crosses the placental barrier, goes into the fetal testes. The fetal testis does not produce the right amount of testosterone, and the male is not completely masculinized. Okay. Now I'm going to dive in a little deeper and tell you what that means.
Yeah, please.
Okay. For one thing, and this has made headlines all over, the penis is somewhat smaller. Okay. So that's one thing that happens. The scrotum is somewhat smaller. The scrotum is less likely to be completely descended into, the testicles are smaller and less likely to be descended into the scrotum. Mm-hmm. Okay. And the most important thing is a measure which most people have never heard of unless they're teenagers and know about the taint. You know about the taint?
I know what it is, yes. Yeah.
Okay, that's what we're talking about here. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, but its technical name is anogenital distance. It's the distance from the anus to the genitals. Mm-hmm. Okay? Mm-hmm. All right. So in a typical male, mammal, human and otherwise, that distance is a 50 to 100%, that is double in the male compared to the female.
Okay.
Much longer.
Right.
Okay. But if testosterone is not as high as it should be because of phthalates or other reasons, then that distance, that taint length, if you will, is shorter than it would be. Hmm. And that turns out to be the key to the story.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
Because that distance tells you a lot of things. One of the things it tells you is how much testosterone was there. It's like a measure of how much testosterone there was there. By the way, this works for females too. If you want to know, I can tell you about that too. And then it also predicts how good the man's sperm function is going to be when he grows up. It's kind of amazing.
Yeah.
But you see, it gets to, if you will, impaired. The whole reproductive system gets impaired. And the signal for that is the shorter anogenital distance. So I'll tell you what we actually did. We had pregnant women, we got their urine, we measured phthalates in their urine. Then we got the babies. We brought them in and we measured them to see what this taint length was, what the penile size was, how descended were the testicles. And we showed that the Phthalate Syndrome existed in humans. And by the way, I did it all again in a second study. So I replicated that. And then we said, okay, we can't wait for them to grow up and have sperm, but let's look in another group of men that already have sperm, and look and see whether this length is related to sperm count. Okay? So we brought in several hundred undergraduates at University of Rochester, and they signed up for the study. They got $75, and then they gave us a semen sample and they allowed us to measure this distance. Yeah. And then we saw that the shorter the distance, the lower the sperm count.
Wow.
Pretty amazing, huh?
Yeah. Okay.
This is not a fairy tale. This is really true.
No,
it's been replicated, published, confirmed.
Sure.
And by the way, men who are at an infertility clinic also have a shorter anogenital distance. So it's linked to infertility, it's linked to sperm count, and it's also linked to, by the way, genital birth defects in males. So if that is short, the boy is more likely to have various birth defects of his genitals. Okay. The bottom line is phthalates cause abnormalities of the genital tract, which play out, because our big story is sperm count, right? Play out into lower sperm count and lower fertility.
Right.
So that's science in extreme detail, probably more than you want to hear, but it took 20 years to show this.
Yeah.
And by the way, between $15 and $20 million. Because those studies are extremely expensive.
Yeah.
And so this is a hard thing to dig out, right? But I wanted to get an accurate, complete picture for at least one set of chemicals.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So that's that story. And hopefully you're convinced.
All right. So Dr. Shanna Swann provided some insights into her research, her decades of research into the impacts pollution in all of its various forms is impacting human bodies, our reproductive system, our ability to produce offspring. And, this is something that ties in again into the broader themes of what I've been exploring on this podcast as far as all the various intersecting crises that are affecting our ability to exist. I mean, whether we're talking about climate disruption, ecological fragmentation, toxic pollution, et cetera, there are numerous ways in which we as a species, existing within the paradigms that we do, is creating the conditions for extinction, for more than human life and for ourselves. And again, this is something I have to reiterate over and over again. What does that mean? And also, how do we resist these things? Because even with the inevitability of some of this stuff, like for instance, with Dr. Swann, she mentioned things that we can do personally, but also things that can be done systemically to curb this particular crisis involving toxic pollutants in our environment. And again, there's other things that just, I don't know if we can really stem or stop completely, or it just seems highly unlikely based on the trends that we can stop climate disruption. Like, it's just not going to happen. There's too much heat baked into the system at this point to stop it from happening. But nonetheless, what can we do right now to make a difference in our communities? We still have time to do good things for ourselves and for our communities. And this is one of those maybe paradoxes that I grapple with on the podcast quite a bit is like if there are certain inevitable things, and I'm going to be addressing this a little later in this section, if there's certain things that are just inevitable, what's the point of doing anything? And my opinion on that is you do the right thing and you do the thing that is good. You resist because you don't do it for the outcome of like winning, right? You do it because it needs to be done. And you cannot wake up in the morning and continue to live and love and exist without some sense of purpose. There are things that we can do in the immediate sense that can make things better. Resistance for the sake of it is important. That's my position. And I'm going to flesh this out a little more as we proceed through this very long episode. I have a hard time sometimes articulating some of these thoughts because they are paradoxical and it depends on the day you talk to me about them. So I feel like in this podcast, actually, I hold a lot of contradictory feelings or ideas about things. Sometimes I just feel very confused. And so I don't know what to do with that, honestly. I just feel that even in spite of everything, the most beautiful thing that we can do with our time as individuals is to try to improve the situation the best that we possibly can in any way that we possibly can. And so when we talk about this, we talk about resistance to these trends. And there's different ways that resistance can manifest, of course, depending on where you live, what you're capable of doing. And so the next series of interviews is going to be discussing this. The first one that I would like to present in this part of this section is with Melissa Troutman and Joshua Pribanik. They are the co-directors of the documentary film Invisible Hand. And that film is a beautiful documentary, and it explores the rights of nature movement in the United States. It does draw on international sources, but it is talking about specifically in the United States the ways in which the rights of nature movement has emerged and how it is practiced. And so let me just give you a little background on what the rights of nature is. Rights of nature are the beginning of a new legal paradigm in Western culture. The idea argues that nature holds inalienable rights and that vital parts of nature, a river or watershed or ecosystem, shall be granted personhood in the court of law and be provided with legal standing to defend itself. And that's actually from their website. But I state that granting legal rights to natural entities and systems in which we are inextricably connected to is one of the several tactics that can be employed to forge a path toward protecting the natural world from environmentally destructive corporate practices in communities across the world. And as I stated, this documentary is really great because it really shows several communities that have used the law or have attempted to put into law what we would call rights of nature. These are communities that are fighting various fossil fuel companies, various corporations that are trying to frack, trying to extract natural gas or other fossil fuels from the ground. Of course, anyone who has followed that understands that fracking is one of the most ecologically destructive practices. It destroys watersheds, it pollutes rivers, lakes, it destabilizes the ground, it causes earthquakes. I mean, it's really terrible. And it's just one way in which the fossil fuel industry attempts to extract as much fossil fuels as they possibly can out of the ground through these sort of technologies that are just increasingly more destructive. So one way that the communities that are affected by this have attempted to fight back is, again, by granting rights to nature. So just to give you a little background on Melissa and Joshua. Melissa is an American investigative journalist, photographer, artist, and filmmaker who is the co-founder of Public Herald, a nonprofit for investigative journalism where she currently serves as executive director. And Joshua is also an investigative journalist, photographer, artist, and award-winning filmmaker, also the co-founder of Public Herald. So I just really wanted to highlight this because this was a really significant interview for me as far as discussing this particular trend within environmental activism to use the legal system. Again, there are limitations to this, but I really just wanted to highlight the ways in which communities are fighting back against these exploitive corporate practices. I think we mentioned this before, but But expressing that concept to most people just seems like such a foreign concept, and it's so strange. Why would you think of a river as a living being? But this is an idea that's been around far longer than so-called rights under Western liberal democracy frameworks. These are actually the perspectives of indigenous peoples the world over. And I also think that what I saw in the film, you're just really taking this indigenous perspective and implementing and incorporating it into the legal framework and granting rights to these things that we may not, in our way of thinking, traditionally understand to be alive, like a river, like a lake, or the atmosphere of the oceans, or whatever it may be. How did each of you come across this rights of nature movement? And if you could talk about, once you were both introduced to this idea, what have you come to understand it to be? I could ask Josh first, if you could answer that, and we can go from there.
Mine goes back to basically like an existential crisis in college, dealing with watching a documentary like The Corporation, which I think was released in 2005, and then reading books like, Story of B or Ishmael, where they're talking about what's the next big vision of society, what's going to take us out of this agricultural system into a new system. I remember just grappling with those concepts in school and being really unfulfilled when trying to have conversations about it in the classroom. And then going back and thinking about human rights as this next wave of thinking that revolutionized our society. And then, I'm trying to process that, what's going to be the wave after human rights. And what seemed to happen for me organically, and then also happening in the real world in Pennsylvania, was that it was clear that rights of nature could be the next evolution of our society when it came to confronting agriculture and confronting colonialism and everything else that we have. So I really came to it, through this, experience in school, just trying to understand what to do, in the future with our work. And I wrote a business plan for a company in Ohio that was based on these rights of nature principles, where we were overthrowing the food system there and creating a local food system that was implementing, kind of rights of nature ideas. And that was like 2007 and 8 that we were rolling that out. And, I gave some speeches about rights of nature in Bowling Green State University around like 2010 or 11. And you may as well have been talking about aliens. People were just looking at you like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm like, well, I think we could give nature rights. That's what I'm talking about. And professors are like, what the fuck is he saying? And they're like, it was hard to talk about it back then. You had very little to stand on. And, so when Melissa and I got confronted with rights of nature being a part of the resistance for the fracking movement, we were like, holy shit, like we can finally talk about this concept, and people will be willing to have a discussion about it. And back to your thoughts about capitalism, and Milton Friedman and indigenous cultures and Western cultures. I think that Western cultures may never have reached a point of rights of nature without capitalism. For me, capitalism is like this thing that's created a defense mechanism unknowingly. It's the Achilles heel of capitalism, which is rights of nature. So I feel like, that's kind of an evolution beyond capitalism that will replace it someday, unless we just move straight into fascism. So, yeah.
And Melissa, how about you?
Well, I think I've, like Josh, I've always had this background, sore discomfort over the way things are, and never quite been satisfied with the solutions or answers that I've come across. And that carried through after I became an environmental journalist and started covering water contamination. So I guess more recently I came to Rights of Nature through water, in documenting the water contamination from the fracking development across Pennsylvania, where I'm from, and the systemic cover-up of that harm by both states and corporations. And like Josh said, after the screenings of our first film, Triple Divide, which was a documentary about that cover-up, that systemic collusion to cover up the water contamination and poisoning of people. People we know who've died, and many, many more. At the end of those screenings, people, well, if the system's so fucked, then what do we do? And for a while, there was a lot of discussion about removing personhood from corporations, and I'm not opposed to that, but I do also acknowledge that removing corporate personhood does not stop corporate harm. And then one day I heard about this community, Grant Township in Western Pennsylvania, who had passed a local law asserting their community rights to establish rights for nature. And it was that mechanism through that mechanism that they banned the injection of radioactive waste in their community. This is a very rural, predominantly, if not all white, Republican municipality in Pennsylvania. And they democratically voted to become a home rule municipality, pass a local Bill of Rights, and then a home rule charter to ban this activity. And when I heard about that, and then I found out, there's this whole movement, the Rights of Nature movement, to establish legal rights for nature. Those rights being that the living entity that nature is has the right to exist, flourish, and naturally evolve. And, alarm bells. That's when the alarm bells went off in my head. And that is really what I had been waiting for, for a long time. Okay, that is something that makes sense to me, that doesn't feel like I'm playing a game of whack-a-mole. You know what I mean? Because it gets to the fundamental problem, which is that in the Western system of law, nature is not a living thing. Nature is property. And private property, which nature is in our law, is the pillar of capitalism. So this one strategy gets to the very core of the problem, it seems to me. And so obviously we needed to make a film about it.
Yeah. Well, you put a lot of love into this, I can tell. And that's something you said about this community in Pennsylvania that was working to stop this injection site. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, deep well injection site.
Well injection, yeah. Yeah, could you explain what that is, what an injection well site is?
An injection well is where toxic waste is injected underground for disposal. And there are many problems with this, ranging from it induces seismic events, earthquakes. It migrates from the so-called storage area it's being injected to, which is really just a geologic formation. It's not like they're like digging down, making a big steel tank and then injecting into it. They're just injecting into deep formations under the engineered assumption that it's going to stay put. Because nothing underground ever moves. Right.
Yeah.
So, but obviously, I mean, it does move. It migrates, and it, in Grant Township, where injection was banned through their local charter that granted rights to nature and established their community, and didn't establish their community rights, enforced their community rights for consent. Community rights goes hand in hand with rights of nature, and it's really about consent. But they're very rural. Their water, they only get their water from groundwater. They're too far away from any public water system to hook up should an injection well contaminate their aquifer. And they also are very proud of the land, and they love the land where they live. They're very cognizant of the quality of the waters that feed the land and the unique species that live there, only there, in a lot, like the Hellbender Salamander, which is a prehistoric creature that finds very few places to live because it needs exceptionally pristine and very cold water. And when the company came to their community to put in this waste injection well, they at first tried to bargain. They went up the hierarchy of the ladder of power, so to speak, to their state and federal regulatory agencies, and thought, for sure, once they see how terrible this is for our home and the homes of the creatures who live here, they will deny it. Well, of course, they did not. And through that process of waking up to the reality that the system of law, that our environmental protection agencies are not actually there to protect us. They are there to permit harm and legalize that harm. They said, okay, well, then we're just going to say no. And that's what they did.
Okay, so again, I appreciated that interview a great deal with Melissa and Joshua. Like I stated before, this is a tactic, and I think we need to be honest about that, because if we're going to talk about fighting against corporations and other various interests, the states that back these corporations, for instance, we need to acknowledge that there are limitations. Now, the next guest or the next person I would like to feature is somebody who is a lawyer, who's somebody who has studied law, who has done a lot of this work that Melissa and Joshua documented in their film and in their other broader work as well. And that person is Will Falk. And I'll just introduce Will really quick. Will is a writer, lawyer, and environmental activist. He graduated from the University of Wisconsin-Madison Law School and practiced as a public defender in Kenosha, Wisconsin. He left the public defender office to pursue frontline environmental activism, and he is the author of How Dams Fall, on representing the Colorado River in the first American lawsuit seeking rights for a major ecosystem. And I'll also read from my description here. As Will elaborates in this interview, the United States legal system is not designed to effectively protect human and non-human communities from ecologically destructive projects. Instead, as Will explains, it exists primarily to, quote, make it near impossible for the citizenry to oppose those projects, end quote, through legal means. This assertion can be demonstrated to be true by examining numerous legal cases that have come up in the last several decades in communities around the U.S., perhaps most dramatically by the community of Toledo, Ohio, in their efforts to end the proliferation of toxic algae blooms in Lake Erie, the region's main source of potable water. In response to this environmental crisis, the community organized to have a Lake Erie Bill of Rights on the ballot in their local elections. If enacted, the legislation would effectively grant legal rights to a natural entity, Lake Erie, and would work to protect the lake and the residents of Toledo from the destructive impacts of industrial agricultural runoff, which produces the toxic algae blooms as a byproduct. As Will explains in detail, this campaign, in spite of it being extremely well organized, well funded, legally and ethically sound, and having gained enough votes in the election, was shut down by the very legal processes that the community of Toledo relied upon for the success of their campaign. And this case, unfortunately, is not unique. So, this was one example that Will brought up in the broader interview. And so, this section, I have Will explain, like, how effective is battling pollution, destruction of natural living beings like lakes and rivers and so on through the legal system? Like, how effective is that in actually resisting the big moneyed interests that would benefit, monetarily speaking, financially speaking, from being able to pollute at will, like as much as they possibly want? I mean, there are so many fucking cases of this happening around the world. So many cases where multi-billion-dollar corporations or multi-million-dollar corporations and so on, they just do what the fuck they want. They pay a fine and they keep on doing it, right? So you have to ask at a certain point, when is the legal tactics that are available to us far too limiting? I mean, this is a serious question. What does it require to protect the living systems of the planet from destruction? What do we have to do to stop that from happening? I mean, if you look at the ecological trends on this planet, it is absolutely devastating what has been going on over the past just few decades. The loss of wildlife, the amount of ecologically intact places are diminishing by the day. So we have to ask, what do we have to do to protect these places, to stop this from happening? These are really serious questions that we have to ask ourselves. And Will, at the very least, is asking those questions head on. And again, with his background in law, understanding the legal system as it actually is presenting a radical idea as far as how to deal with this.
I argue for direct confrontation with the forces that are destroying the planet. I think that the only way that we're going to save the planet is if we dismantle industrial infrastructure. We know what is destroying the world. We know that the combustion of fossil fuels is producing climate change, for example. We know that the expansion of agricultural operations, of industrialization, destroys habitat for the species we share this beautiful planet with. We know what is causing the problems, and if we're going to stop environmental destruction, we have to actually stop environmental destruction. We can't ask other people to do it for us. So like I said, I argue for dismantling industrial infrastructure. I think that morally we're obligated to do this as quickly as possible. The longer that we wait, the less of a planet is going to be left. And we don't have any time to waste. So more specifically, I argue for things like sabotage. There are miles and miles and miles of undefended pipelines, of relatively unguarded hubs where things like fossil fuels are produced, are refined. And if this culture doesn't have access to its lifeblood, to fossil fuels, then it can't keep destroying. You have to be able to fill the backhoe with oil or gas in order for it to operate. Unfortunately, not a lot of people are ready to hear this or want to hear this. And unfortunately, as much as I wish that there was a serious militant resistance movement forming that was willing to consider these more direct approaches, That's just doesn't seem to be the case. So when I realized that, it's one thing for me to, get on a podcast or get on my computer and type up an argument for attacking industrial infrastructure. But it's another. I think it's more effective to actually experientially show people why the tactics that they've been taught to believe in aren't working. When I say something like we need to dismantle industrial infrastructure, we need to consider tactics like sabotage. People say, well, we don't need to do that. We can file lawsuits. We can get the right candidates in office. But what the example of what has happened in Toledo is showing people is that it doesn't work, and you can waste. I don't want to say that the people of Toledo wasted their time, but imagine if they already knew that everything that they were going to try back in 2014 wasn't going to work. Could we have stopped something? Because again, nothing has been stopped in Toledo. The lake is still being poisoned. The algae bloom's getting worse. For all of the efforts that we've done in Toledo, nothing physically has changed. So that quote that you just read about, much like using single matches to illuminate a painting in a dark room, I think that we have to show people, and the reason that I keep doing law work is to, from the outset, tell people, I don't think this is going to work. I'm a lawyer. I'm telling you this, but if you still don't believe me and you want to go through the process, I'll go through that process with you. And then hopefully those people, through their blood, sweat, and tears that they poured into this, when at the end of the campaign, when they haven't achieved what they thought they were going to, there is going to be a moment where people are angry and they're energized, and they have, for the last 5 years, honed their organizing skills, built relationships within their communities, really put together a framework for a truly serious resistance movement. And I want to be there when those people do experience that anger to say there's other things we can try. The legal system is not the end all be all. It is not the last thing. Now it's time to think about how we can directly physically challenge what is happening, actually shut down the forces that are destroying the planet, that are poisoning Lake Erie. And to me, that does require physical and perhaps armed confrontation. There's what is it that we're actually trying to do through the legal system? When we file a lawsuit, what is it that we're actually trying to do? And to me, at the very basic level, what we're trying to do is we're trying to get the judge to order men and women with guns, armed men and women with guns, the police, the National Guard, in Canada, the RCMP. We're trying to get the judge to order the police to act on our behalf. So if we file a lawsuit against a corporate project and we're successful in getting a judge to rule that project shouldn't go on, the real power behind the judge's decision is the judge's ability to, if that corporation disobeys the judge's order, the judge now has the power to order the police to go stop the corporation. So if we know that the legal system doesn't work for us, cut out the middleman. We don't need it to be the state's police that are protecting us. Why don't we learn how to protect ourselves is my big point. Why don't we skip like in Toledo, why don't we skip the last 5 years of truly grueling work of using all those resources? And what if we started to think about, our own police forces or, our own our own more militant tactics, and instead of wasting time, precious time, where we're losing so much, why don't we skip that step and get right to it and stop the destruction?
All right. So, of course, Will is presenting a radical perspective on this. And I think, I mean, there's just like a lot of this episode is going to have this type of thing where I maybe present different ways or different approaches to a problem that we're all facing. And again, it's all contextual. It's all based on where you're at, right? You know, in some circumstances, communities, like I mentioned with Joshua and Melissa, getting into these sort of legal battles with companies and so on, that might be the right tactic. But in many cases, it's like these moneyed interests, they have all the power. And the legal system has been constructed in a very specific way. I mean, we need to just acknowledge where we are, what we are in. We're in a nation state that doesn't really give a fuck about the natural world. It treats the land as property. You know, since the enclosures began hundreds of years ago in Europe and the rise of global capitalism and colonialism and all this, we have viewed the gifts of the earth as being property to be owned, and in the rise of industrialism as resources to fuel this paradigm that is unending, that'll never be fully sated. It'll always demand more, right? And yeah, if there's a lake that needs to be polluted to save money, well, then so be it. If we need to extract more fossil fuels through some of the most destructive practices possible, we'll do it. You know, it's enraging. So it's like, what do you do with that? So one of the things, though, is that in this discussion around what to do with all of this is this discussion around green energy or sustainable energy. Now, I've covered this several times throughout the podcast. You know, there was a documentary film that came out. The title of that film is Planet of the Humans. And it was very controversial when it came out for several reasons, which I don't know if it's actually discussed in this segment I'm going to be presenting to you. I don't think it is. But it was controversial because there was a lot of pushback against mainstream environmental activists because of what this film was presenting. So it was basically critiquing this idea that so-called green energy, renewable energy, and so on is, you know, actually not sustainable at all. That there's a lot of environmental costs that come with that as well. So the promises that we're given, the lies that are presented to us about what it's able to do and how it's going to get us away from fossil fuel consumption and help us battle climate change and environmental destruction and all this stuff is just not true. There's a lot of costs that come with these things. And to be fair, you know, when we look at it through the industrial lens, of course that's what's going to happen. A lot of us need to kind of go through a process to really look at it honestly and see that actually none of the solutions that industrial culture is going to present is going to work, because it's always going to work with those same tools and that same mindset that produced the crises to begin with. And so the director of this film, Jeff Gibbs, came on the podcast not long after the film was released. And I think you can actually watch this film for free. I think it's still on YouTube. I know it was taken down for a short amount of time, but I think it's back up. You can find a copy of it, and I would recommend watching it. And certainly there are some critiques of it that may be valid. I think, you know, I had an interview with Richard Heinberg, which I'll be featuring here as well. He had some valid critiques of it, but he nonetheless agreed with the premise of the film. You know, he agreed that the film overall was correct in its assessment of the situation. So Jeff Gibbs, director of the film, he's also the writer and producer of Planet of the Humans. He was born in Flint, Michigan. He's been a longtime collaborator with documentary filmmaker Michael Moore. The first film he ever worked on was Bowling for Columbine. And following the success of that film, Jeff became co-producer for Fahrenheit 9/11, the largest box office documentary of all time. And he also wrote the original score for both films. This is his first documentary that he has actually directed, and then Michael Moore became the producer of this film. And as states here in his bio, Jeff has become singularly obsessed with the fate of the Earth in humanity. And I would say that's pretty accurate based on this film. So I'll just read my description of this really quick. Since its release, Planet of the Humans has generated enormous controversy, backlash, and intense discussion within the environmental and climate movement at large. Some of the harshest criticisms this film has received have come from staunch proponents of renewable and green energy technologies like wind, solar, and biomass, the subjects of the film. The harshest of these criticisms have come from activist and grassland filmmaker Josh Fox, who has stated that the film is, quote, wildly unscientific, outdated, full of falsehoods, and benefits fossil fuel industry promoters and climate deniers, end quote, and has asked Moore and Gibbs to disavow the project, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, this whole thing is discussed in the fuller interview, but in researching the dozens of reactions to this documentary, I recognize that the underlying point of the film was lost in all the controversy, and in this discussion, I asked Jeff to provide some deeper insights into what his intentions with the film really were, as well as address some of the criticisms that the film has received and all of that. Okay, so in this particular segment, I asked Jeff about how he's observed the environmental movement over the past several decades and what happened over this time frame where you have multinational corporations and big moneyed interests getting involved in the environmental movement. And at some point, there was a transition where it wasn't about saving the earth anymore. It was about saying that you're saving the earth, but it was really about protecting the system. And so I think that a lot of the reactions to this film come from this anxiety denial, but an anxiety that I think a lot of environmentalists have about how off base they really are or how off the mark they really are as far as what the fucking point is in all of this. And it's scary. I mean, it'd be really upsetting to find out that a lot of the things that you've been, promoting are actually not nearly as environmentally sound as you may have thought. And of course, people will point to some of the issues with the film, and there are some, but nonetheless, I agree with like Richard Heinberg, for instance, that there's very sound points made in this film, and I think Jeff did an enormous service in producing it. It generated a conversation that needed to be had. And the fact that you had Michael Moore attached to it, and all of that, it kind of lent some of that to it as far as being more notable and all that. But I really appreciated this interview with Jeff, and I think when we talk about how to approach the environmental crisis at large, we need to know what doesn't work. We need to know where we're being led astray. We need to know where we're actually supporting the very things that are destroying the planet instead of actually working to end that. And I think Planet of the Humans, and I think what Jeff did with that film is a good critique of one of those things that have come up over the decades in which they try to tell you that one of the ways that you can save the earth is buying an electric car and getting windmills installed everywhere and solar panels. I'm sorry, I'm not saying that we can't have some of those things, but it isn't a solution. And in that interview, you kind of jokingly, I think it was you or Michael jokingly say that you both participated in the first Earth Day, which kind of dated both of you. I thought that was funny.
Yeah.
But my question, I guess, is like when you've been as you discuss in the film, as you show in the film, that you've been a lifelong environmentalist. When do you think that shift really happened? Because I think one of the major criticisms that I see of green energy and this sort of shift towards so-called renewable energy sources is that the focus isn't as much about protecting the natural world or trying to regenerate the natural world any longer. It's trying to prop up this new energy system. It's like the shift went from protect the trees to, let's build more wind turbines and solar panels. When do you think that shift happened, and how did that happen?
I think it happened in a couple ways. First, as the Earth Day generation, as we came into our 30s and 40s, and there were choices that we were faced with personally that we just slowly kind of moved away from our original values. Those of us who I wasn't part of Earth Day directly. My biology teacher brought it up. and class, and I was, living on the kind of the rough side of Flint. And I was like, oh my God, an adult brought up something like this, and it was a class, area of study, but that's why I moved to the woods and tried to live more simply and learn how to grow food, and was to try and figure out a better way to live. But slowly you get a job and you get, kind of pulled into the system, you drift away. And then I think towards the 90s, there became a shift where the foundations and the people funding the environmental movement, it moved away from kind of grassroots and got more involved with foundation funding and corporate funding. And then under Clinton Gore, I remember watching C-SPAN and watching some old footage of their meetings that they had, and suddenly they brought in the captains of industry, the head of Walmart and large corporations. Richard Branson was brought in. So I need to learn more about that, but definitely, clearly a decision was made around that time to attempt to bring the profit motive and corporations into this. And that's all fine. They could all do better and should do better, and there are many things they should be involved with. But to kind of get that kind of seat at the table, and to take the lead in the funding through all these corporate foundations. Many of these foundations, if you look who's on the board, it's the titans of industry. It's people with a vested interest in the profit motive. It's not people who want to end capitalism and end our addiction to growth. And then you see the same infiltration through the UN. The UN puts out some amazing reports, but they're all filled with this language about sustainable development. I know what they mean. We have to take care of people that are not being taken care of. When I say end growth, this doesn't mean the people that are suffering the most. In fact, providing them more resources would actually help the environment, because they'd be less likely to, have to eat bushmeat or
right.
There's a lot of poaching and deforestation going on where people can't meet their basic needs. But it's just like, certainly we can do better, but to begin to say, I just was looking at a UN report this morning, that said, they identified this doubling of human population that's been accelerated by a 4 times increase in our economy since 1970 and a 10 times increase in international trade. Somehow it's implying that we are just going to have a sustainable version of all this. And it's like, I don't know, I can see, I think people are afraid to just say, yes, we can have a more sustainable version. We can do better by so many people in so many places and so many processes, mining, manufacturing, agriculture. But the whole human enterprise that's trying to produce this level of consumption is, would it even matter if we were powering our mines and our fishing trawlers and our bulldozers and our chainsaws with solar energy?
Yeah, it seems like there's a disconnect there where it's like essentially the same process is unfolding. It's just maybe they've shifted it a bit. So instead of, heavy resource extraction of fossil fuels specifically, there's a lot of resource extraction that's happening through other means in order to produce these technologies. And let
me interrupt you for a second. And all those processes still require fossil fuels. That's the kicker. And if you try and eliminate the carbon or the fossil fuels from the process, you wind up increasing the energy input that you need, or you wind up using other more rare and toxic materials. So there are these trade-offs whenever you try to get a technological benefit that are not talked about. So concrete is one of the top emitters of greenhouse gases on the planet. Steel, aluminum smelters use vast amounts of carbon and energy. And can you do better? Okay, let's say you can do better, but it still doesn't get away from it's going to take all this mining energy to, and the story of humans is whenever we get an improvement. I learned this myself the hard way. So I had a Honda Civic in the 80s that got 40 miles per gallon. And great for the environment, right?
Right. Yeah.
No different. I mean, it was a smaller car was good. You know why it was no different? Because the little voice in my head said, "Oh, look, that needle didn't even move, and I drove all the way across the state. Whoopee, I can do it more."
Yeah.
So lacking an off switch, we humans use up, and you can see what's happening with cars. They've gotten way more efficient, so we've just gotten bigger vehicles. And we began driving more miles. There's one report by Bill Reese, a scientist who studies these things, that he says, again, even if you believe solar and wind displace fossil fuels, and I don't think that's true, that even if that is true, they're not even able to keep up with annual growth of energy consumption.
Yeah, it seems to me that, like you said with your Honda Civic, that if we have more solar panels and these so-called green technologies, we start to produce them at a mass scale, it wouldn't displace the amount of energy that's produced by fossil fuels. It would seem to me, what I can kind of understand is that the more efficient these technologies become, we'll actually be able to generate more energy, and it'll actually just be added on top of the energy that's already being used and produced with fossil fuels. So it'll just supplement and add to the amount of energy that needs to be consumed to maintain this level of growth.
That sounds about right. There's a good example of that, Patrick, which is when nuclear power came into being. We didn't just suddenly say, "Oh, we don't need to burn coal anymore," or oil, and because oil was being burned at power plants. We don't need to shut down hydroelectric. We didn't shut down any of those things. We just piled the nuclear on top of what we were already using.
So I mentioned before this, Richard Heinberg, who had written a review of this film, actually, and he was featured in that film, Planet of the Humans. And again, he had some valid critiques, but he also was like, yeah, this is bringing up some very valid points about the serious limitations of green energy, or so-called sustainable energy. And of course, Jeff laid those out. He explained, the trajectory of the environmental movement and, where we're at today. Now, the fact is that all the crises that are unfolding currently, one of them is energy related, right? We think about, well, how is this energy grid that we rely upon going to continue on into the future? And should it even continue, So a lot of these questions around sustainable energy are based on the insustainability of the grid. That the grid itself is very old, and we're talking about the United States specifically. The grid is very old. Some places are worse than others for sure, but we need to move over to something else. And I get that concern. But again, that is another question around, do we really want to keep this particular system going? Do we want to keep the industrial model that we have going? And the so-called sustainable energies that are being presented, the ways in which these are being produced, exist within that industrial model. We're not getting away from that at all, right? And there was a case where it was an interesting intersection of climate catastrophe and, politics and ideology and the energy grid, or how energy is produced and dispersed throughout Texas, as the example I want to give. So not long ago, there was an example where there was a cold spell that hit Texas, and this is related to climate change because the jet stream has shifted and the Arctic air is dipping further and further down into the continental U.S., and regions that never dip below a certain temperature, like below freezing, for instance, are now having this regular or somewhat regular occurrence every winter where they have these temperatures that last a week or 2 weeks at a time where it gets extremely cold, it snows, their water pipes freeze, they have issues with their electric grid, and this is what we saw in Texas. Now, Texas is a unique example because Texas has its own energy grid, and that's what I mean about ideology and politics, is that Texas has this sort of, fuck everyone else, we'll have our own thing going on here. When that happened, I thought it was such an interesting example of how unsustainable the energy grid is as a whole. Now, certainly, Texas is a unique example, and I don't want to extend it too far, but it was a good case study, I think, of what happens when climate catastrophe hits a region that is just, for all kinds of reasons. It's not just the fact that they, were incapable of preparing for that cold spell. They were actually. They just chose not to. And that was for ideological reasons. That was for economic reasons. That was for all these other reasons. And so I really wanted to talk to someone who could explain this situation well, because I think this discussion around energy is really important. And I think when we talk about, one of the things that holds us hostage, for sure, holds us hostage to the system is our reliance on the energy grid. And I'm speaking for myself. I mean, I am very reliant upon it. Obviously, I'm recording this fucking podcast using electricity. I am using the internet to spread this podcast around the world if whoever wants to listen to it, obviously. So I understand the contradictions, the paradoxes, and the hypocrisy of all of this. But this is really important to me because it's like a question around, if we're not going to prepare ourselves for certain inevitabilities, and if our political and social and economic systems are incapable of addressing it appropriately, and I'm going to tell you that, moving to so-called sustainable energy systems is not going to do it because it still exists within the industrial model. And I'm making vast generalizations here. I understand that. But in a general sense, we can kind of see that this is a general truth, I hope. So I wanted to bring someone on the podcast who could discuss that particular event in Texas, and I think it was a good, case study. And it's interesting because, what I discussed with Jeff Gibbs about the energy system and environmentalism and so on, I think, this is a good segue into discussing energy as a whole and some of the bigger questions we have around the crises of climate change and how that is ultimately going to affect our energy system and our ability to survive because we rely so heavily upon it. And so I brought on to the podcast for the second time Richard Heinberg. And Richard Heinberg is regarded as one of the world's foremost advocates in a shift away from our current reliance on fossil fuels. He's the author of 13 books, including Our Renewable Future, Laying the Path for 100% Clean Energy, which he co-authored with David Fridley. He's also the author of Afterburn, Society Beyond Fossil Fuels, and The End of Growth, Adapting to Our New Economic Reality. And he's written extensively on this beyond those books. He's published numerous essays and articles about this subject involving energy and energy systems. He is the senior fellow in residence of the Post-Carbon Institute. And like I mentioned before, I brought him onto the podcast to discuss the massive power outage. And so we had millions of people without electric power and potable water. And so I asked him to discuss this increasingly precarious situation we find ourselves in as fossil fuel energy production meets numerous intersecting crises. We talk about all of this in this whole interview, but in this section, we just talk about the situation in Texas and just what this actually represents, what does this actually mean for the future as far as how we're going to deal with the climate crisis and our ability as a society to, as a nation state, as a socioeconomic paradigm, be able to meet this crisis in any meaningful way.
Most people, when they think of energy, they have this box over here somewhere in their mind for energy, and then there's food over here and transportation and so on. And at a certain level, that's correct. But at another level, if you talk to a physicist about energy, it's more like, well, energy is everything. And then within that everything, there's food over here and transportation and so on. Because you can't do anything without energy. And unfortunately, this misperception of the role of energy in society and energy in our lives has been largely created, I think, by economists who see the world in terms of GDP. And energy is just so much of GDP, and food is just so much of GDP. So that's how important they are, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But in fact, we can't do without food. Food is, if you take food out of the equation, then civilization goes away, humanity goes away.
Sure.
So, the way economists think I think it's poisoned our way of looking at the world. And so we don't see proportionally anymore as to what really is what really is important. And energy is right at the core. I mean, as I said, without energy, you can't do anything. So anything, if you want to understand an organism, if you want to understand an ecosystem, if you want to understand a society, follow the energy. Of course, the usual saying is follow the money. And, there's some truth to that. But money is only useful if you're able to exchange it for energy services. If you can't do that, then money is just, discs and pieces of paper with numbers on them, and
Sure.
has no further meaning.
Sure. And it's also, almost completely digital at this point. It's even more abstracted from even just pieces of paper or,
Right.
Pieces of silver or gold at this point. So yeah, and I think it really sets in and really, comes home for people when, and I know I'm just as much a victim, or not a victim, but just as much a part of this as well, where we take for granted everything that we have, the energy, the fact that we're communicating over over the internet right now, the fact that I have electricity just coming into my home right now, and it's just something I absolutely take for granted. And then there's that rude awakening that happens, and it happens to everybody occasionally, at least, where the power goes out. And usually it's only for a few minutes or maybe an hour or so.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have these cases like in Texas where, what was it, up to 4 million plus people without power over several days or something like that. And then several million have had issues with water, getting access to clean or just water at all. And of course, a lot of that had to do with this winter storm that hit that area. So I just wanted to ask a very general question, is that I'm sure you were paying attention to all this and are continuing to pay attention to all this, when the power outage when that really began to affect Texas, I mean, what did you see? What were some of the major things that stood out to you in this crisis that we're seeing in Texas?
Well, first of all, I wasn't surprised. Something like this was bound to happen, and Texas was a likely place for it to happen, just because Texas has such a deregulated energy and electricity market, and the way they've approached, they built their own statewide grid, in order to avoid national regulation. So, it saved money up to a point. Texans got to pay a little less for their electricity and natural gas, but at the expense of the kinds of regulations that would have hardened the system against this kind of problem. But, pulling back a little bit and looking at the bigger picture, that kind of grid failure is more and more likely to happen across the board and around the country and around the world as time goes on. And for a number of reasons. You can't just zero in on regulation and say that's, if we fix that, then everything's okay, because it's a complicated picture. The grid is the biggest and most complex machine humans have ever created. And it's a new thing in all of human history. Human history goes back several thousand years, and we've been around on the planet for hundreds of thousands of years. The grid has been around for, 100, 120 years, different, slightly different times for different places, but, basically an eye blink of time. And we've come to rely on it for just about everything. I think it's helpful to live through a blackout, if for no other reason, just to realize, viscerally, how dependent we have become on this way of carrying energy to places, to wherever we are, so that we can use it conveniently. Mm-hmm. So some of the likely problems with the grid going forward involve supply of fuels. mostly natural gas, also coal. Potential problems resulting from climate change, like super cold weather, just as we saw in Texas, or super hot weather, which can make it hard to operate nuclear reactors. You have to cool light water nuclear reactors with water, and if the water is too hot, you can't cool them adequately, and you have to shut them down. And of course, in really hot weather, everybody wants more electricity to use for air conditioning. So having nuclear reactors going down in the middle of summer is not a good thing. That can put the grid at in peril. Then there's the shift away from fossil fuels that we're going to have to undertake in order to prevent catastrophic climate change, or at least minimize catastrophic climate change. So that means moving away from natural gas and coal toward mostly solar and wind. And there are huge challenges with that. And we should talk about that later, because it's a big subject, and it'll, and then there are other there's, there's the problem of the vulnerability of electrical grids to hacking and terrorism and acts of war, all sorts of things. I mean, these are extremely vulnerable systems. And if somebody with even a little bit of technical knowledge really wants to take an electricity grid down, it's actually not that hard, if you know the places of vulnerability. Then there's something called Carrington events. Every once in a while, the sun has a big flare-up and releases immense amounts of charged particles through the solar system. And as this storm of charged particles reaches the Earth's atmosphere, it can disrupt electronic communications. And this happens occasionally. But every once in a while, maybe every century or two, there's a huge solar storm that's actually capable of taking down grids and frying electronic devices. And the last time we had one of those was around 1850, and we're kind of due for another one any time now. So this is just it's not a question of if it's going to happen. It's a question of when. And the answer to that is could be any time, could be tomorrow. Actually, we're likely to have some warning. Astrophysicists who study the sun will probably have, days or weeks of warning that something like a Carrington event is likely, but that's not a heck of a lot of time to prepare. So that's just, a small smorgasbord of threats and vulnerabilities that we face just with the grid. I mean, the rest of our energy system is also vulnerable in various ways. And we need a sense of proportion here. Electricity is 20% of the energy that we use. So the other 80% we use in the form of liquid and gaseous fuels for transportation, manufacturing, and so on. So, we can talk about that other 80% or the 20% that's electricity, and all of it is necessary to modern daily life. If you take away any part of that mosaic of energy sources and systems, then things start to go haywire pretty quickly.
How are y'all feeling? You've been listening to this up to this point. I mean, if you follow this podcast, you probably are familiar with whatever feeling you're feeling right now. If you've been listening to this episode up to this point, you're like, oh, yeah, I'm familiar with this. Yeah. There's that feeling you just can't get out of you no matter what you do, which is that we are irrevocably fucked in so many ways. It's hard to feel optimistic because I think, optimism actually, there's certain moments or certain instances where it makes sense to be optimistic, but when you look at the big picture, it's like, what's the point of thinking that this is going to all work itself out? I mean, on the cosmic scale, on the geological scale, like you could go like way out. It'd be like, yeah, everything's going to work itself out. And in fact, I'm going to address that a little bit in a later section of this episode. But yeah, in the immediate term, in our lifespan, in our time right now, and for those that we love and those that we care about, yeah, there's some serious questions that come up like, what the fuck is this? What is this? Why are we in a system? Why do we have a system that just doesn't make any fucking sense? It's so short term in its thinking and how it operates, and certainly it's incredibly sophisticated and complex in a very certain kind of way. And in a way, it's actually quite resilient. But it's ridiculous. It is a ridiculous thing. And it's like, I've had so many moments in my life where I've had this sort of like existential crisis. Actually, yeah, I've had numerous existential crises. I've had one like not too long ago. I have them every once in a while where I'm just like, what is this? What is all of this? It's just so much to take in. It's so hard to like reckon with all of this. And, I think an existential crisis actually is necessary. I think people need to have those moments of recognizing how absurd the whole situation really is. And that for anyone that's telling you that there's a solution, like actually a real solution to any of this, that they're full of shit. There has to be that recognition. It's not about being like depressed and giving up on everything. That's not the point at all. It's just a matter of being really honest about the situation that we're all collectively in right now and living accordingly, whatever that means to you. And so I want to draw this back to the climate crisis. I know I went down a little detour there. No, detour is not the right word, but I went through a little, path there to discuss a few different subjects. And I want to get back to this sort of bigger picture again of the climate crisis, which is the big picture for me because regardless of what we do right now, there are just certain events that are unfolding. There are certain feedback loops that have been triggered. There's just certain things that are going to happen. And again, this points to this sort of existential crisis that I think a lot of people have when they look at this information and recognize it for what it is. And they get past a lot of the propaganda, honestly, that comes out of, capitalist media and, people that just want you to keep on consuming things and thinking that that's going to get us out of, or they want you to think that that's going to get us out of a problem that we've created for ourselves. And so there's a writer that's been writing about these subjects for some time, and I really like his writing quite a bit. And his name is Royce Scranton. He's a well-known writer. He is famously the author of We're Doomed Now What?, War Porn, and Learning to Die in the Anthropocene, Reflections on the End of Civilization. I wanted to interview him because of those reasons, because of those books, but I really wanted to interview him because of a op-ed that he had published in the New York Times titled, I've Said Goodbye to Normal, You Should Too. And this was in reference to his experience with the pandemic. And of course, I'm going to be discussing the pandemic more a little later, but specifically around how this is kind of a, how we're dealing with the pandemic in the United States specifically, but how we're dealing with the pandemic is indicative of how we have or will continue to deal with the crisis of climate change, of climate disruption. I asked him about this sort of existential crisis I was talking about, just a minute ago, when he was doing his work writing about war and a lot of his experiences that he had in Iraq. At a certain point, his focus shifted to the climate crisis, and inevitably what comes up is the existential crisis. What do we do with that? How do we act in face of this thing that is unfolding before us that we are inextricably connected to? That we're going to feel, that our children are going to feel if we have children, and future generations are going to have to grapple with, and it's going to be even worse for them, right? So this is the point of this segment with Roy, is to have that conversation about this, important topic. And it's something I grapple with personally speaking. It's something that I've grappled with on the podcast for years. And I'm always looking for really excellent writers, thinkers, people who are able to dig into this thing honestly, truthfully. And we actually also talk a bit about denialism around this thing. How having these existential crises or having these existential questions around climate change is unwelcomed by certain groups of people. They see that as being defeatist, as being fatalist, and so on and so forth. And so I asked Roy to talk about these subjects. And I think this is a good way to kind of remind ourselves of the scale of this thing. And I think it allows us to have some humility in the face of all of the various crises that we're experiencing on the micro scale. Well, this brings up something, and I wanted to maybe bring this up just as a interesting contrast to that. Are you familiar with Michael Mann? I believe he's a climatologist. Yeah. He's an interesting guy. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you quote him in your most recent article, I believe.
Yeah, that really pissed him off on Twitter.
He was very pissed because I was actually just looking up on Twitter. You don't have a Twitter any longer, which I think is a smart move on your part.
I got off. Yeah.
Especially at the level, like the public exposure you have, I think it makes sense. But anyway, in looking up your name on Twitter, I did find some of the most recent posts about you, which is by Michael Mann, and he apparently wrote about you in his book.
He did.
And I just want to quote, he describes you as the ultimate doomist. And he said in 2018, you literally wrote a book titled We're Doomed. And
it's not the title of the book, I will say.
Yeah.
It's We're Doomed Now What? But
yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. But something that he brings up in that is really just how, and I say, and I don't disagree with you at all, but you do have a sense of doom, or a sense of fatalism or pessimism, as it could maybe be framed as well, to your writings regarding climate disruption, climate change, which I know Mann is very much against.
Yeah.
He's very much like that approach, even if there is something true to it, will lead us to a place of despair and inaction, and that there is still, in fact, things we can do, and there is still time to make changes. And in this particular quote he highlighted of his own book, he talks about how you've described like climate activists and the hope that they have, youth climate activists in particular, that their efforts is something as like pure Disney. Like, this is a fantastical idea that we can actually stop something as horrible and as destructive and catastrophic as climate disruption. I mean, what do you think of that character? I mean, I'm sure you've, not just from Michael Mann, I mean, I think you're a popular writer. You just had a piece published in the New York Times. You're kind of at the forefront of this. And I mean, how do you even feel about being characterized as a doomist? And do you really are you really advocating for what he is, say Michael Mann is saying that you're advocating for, which is just like inaction and hopelessness?
Yeah. Well, so, I mean, no. Yeah. So I have the utmost respect for Michael Mann as a scientist and as an advocate on climate change issues. And I know he's been viciously attacked for years by right-wing denialists and right-wing think tanks. And I mean, and I read Michael Mann and I respect his work. And I, as you said, I quoted him in that most recent piece, and I've quoted him before, as in his capacity as a scientist and an expert on that.
Sure.
On that information. He's a shitty reader, though, of my work, at least. And if he had the same, I mean, if he had the same standards as a scientist that he brought to my work, then he wouldn't have a career.
Mm-hmm.
Because I feel like there's a tendentiousness in his reading, and what it seems like to me is that there's something in my approach or my attitude that sets him off and prevents him from actually reading into the nuance, or reading actually what I'm trying to say. He, like, in his book, he takes me to task for, criticizing Greta Thunberg, but I never did. I never have, and I wouldn't. I think Greta Thunberg is a courageous, and intelligent and admirable young woman. I think people who expect her to heroically save us, right? I think the adults in the room who enlist children as the heroes in this fight are engaging in highly questionable activity, right? I think we can criticize rightfully and question the kind of discursive logic and the kind of political and tactical approach that puts children in this kind of sacrificial performative position, as if the burden is theirs to save the planet, right? As if it's too late for us adults, like it's the children who don't have. The video just stopped. Is it still okay? It's too late for us adults. It's the children who don't have careers yet, who don't have mortgages, who don't, it's the children who are going to save us. That's the Disney bullshit that I'm critical of. And I stand by that. But that distinction isn't something man is interested in taking up. And I understand that, from his point of view as a scientist and as an activist, and as an advocate, maybe that kind of distinction he sees as, a lot of people make this argument that, like, any kind of criticality or whatever is like undermining the fight. You have to be you're with us or you're against us. And I simply reject that logic. I think that's simplistic and wrong. And I don't think it makes sense. But I will say, it may be that what activates or what gets man's goat is that I am a pessimist. I'm not a fatalist. I'm not a doomist. I don't know what's going to happen. I know that I read, that I read the science that I read, what the scientists say and what they say is necessary. When I take that and then I compare that to, what I see in the political realm and what I see from politicians and world leaders and business interests, and when I filter all that through what I know about history and human fallibility and human psychology, I wind up, with the sense that, we're probably totally fucked, but,
sure.
And that the odds of actually everybody coming together to like completely revolutionize the global energy system and reorganize human society in an intentional way that manages to get us entirely off fossil fuels, without going to war, in the next 10 or 20 years, right? Before temperatures and before all these other effects, sort of aggregate into a set of, cascading tipping points, right? Where we lose control over any ability to do anything. I don't think the odds of us doing that, of us successfully managing that, are very good. So I'm a pessimist. And a lot of people, especially people more committed to an activist position when it comes to climate change, regard even that as like a counsel of despair, or too much, or I don't know, advocacy of doom or whatever. For me, I see myself as saying, again, to go back to this issue of like mortality, I come at this from a more philosophical position, right? From a more existential position, if we want to ask real questions, if we want to ask real questions about how to change human society, if we want to ask real questions about how to live in this world that is changing around us, we need to really confront the maximal position, right? We need to face the direst possibilities, and we need to come to some acceptance of what we've already lost and what actually has already been changed. Because, and this is the other aspect for me, is that it's not just about carbon, right? It's not just about fossil fuels, right? It's not even just about global warming, right? The human species, and you can blame capitalism or you can blame whatever, but the human species has radically transformed the planet that we live on in countless ways, right? From the form of animal life that now mostly live on the planet Earth, which is mostly the animals we eat, excepting insects. That's a different category. I mean, like mammalian life.
Sure.
To what we've done to water flow and damming rivers and paving wetlands and just on and on and on, right? The system of integrated ecosystems on the planet that we depend on for life has been monkeyed with in profound and perhaps unredeemable ways. We don't know. We don't know. And that too, right, is something that like needs to be confronted and dealt with, and is not going to be answered by progressive politics or just protecting a wetland, right? It's a much deeper issue that we need to confront, both in the present and with regard to how we carry ourselves ethically into the future, right? Because the consequences continue to unfold.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think what's coming up is you're just pointing to you do this in your writing over and over again, which is to just bring up the data, just bring up the information.
Mm-hmm.
What's, some of the worst case projections that we may have had, or scientists have had maybe a few years ago, are lining up with what's happening now. Yeah. I mean, there's some things that they predicted would happen almost 100 years from now that are happening like today. So psychologically, how does one make sense of that and then begin to live according to that information? And if you are trying to inspire action to deal with this very real crisis, I mean, this seems to be the real big issue I find with maybe environmental activism or climate activism, is there's this strange conflict there where they want, let's look at the science and look at the information and educate people so people know what the real issues are. Mm-hmm. But as soon as you actually really, really look at it and the true implications of it, then it can inspire something that they don't want people to go. They don't want people to go down that far, because if you start to look at it a little too closely, then there's this real feeling of despair, and potentially the fear that many people have is that will lead to a sense of like nihilism, a sense of like, well, what's the point of any of this,
Yeah.
And that's a real existential question, and that's a philosophical question. And I don't know if climate activists are equipped to really grapple with those huge questions.
Well, and this is the masochistic task I guess I've set myself, which is presenting these questions, right? Like, what is the point? Why? Why, what does that mean? Like, I think despair is productive, can be productive, right? I think that kind of paralyzation where you stop and you ask yourself, why do I keep doing the same thing over and over again? Maybe I should do something else, right? What should I do? Action is great, but there's reactive action, and then there's intentional action, and then there's like the Buddhist idea of like right action, and I think given the scope of the crisis that we are in, and given the stakes, the dangers of reactive action are too great to just keep going, to just keep acting, keep fighting. I think we need to have that moment. I think we need to slow down and have that moment where we really ask ourselves, like, how do we want to move forward? How do we, what does it mean to be human? What kind of relationship do we want to have to the non-human world? Yeah, I mean, because it's part of my concern, and this goes back to the war climate change question. Part of my concern is that the less we confront the existential challenge of our moment, the less we are willing to address the feelings that it brings up, the less we're willing to confront the despair, the less we're willing to sit with the fear and the hopelessness, the more all that stuff is going to come up in other ways. And it's going to come up through, manifestations of nationalism. It's going to come up through manifestations of scapegoating and violence. It's going to come up through eco-fascism. It's going to come up through, it's just, these, and, this is, these big, because I mean, everybody, I think, the human animal evolved for a certain range of environments, and evolved in a certain kind of relationship to its environment, and we don't live in that anymore. And I think even people who may consciously deny climate change or deny that it's anthropogenic or deny that it's a problem or whatever, like, I think anybody can tell that there's something happening with the weather. Like, it's just not, like, the weather's not being the way it's supposed to be. Like, there are, and maybe this is, I don't know. I don't know what it's like for younger people now, but I know for me, like, it and maybe this is just what I expect to see. Maybe this is just confirmation bias. But it seems like there are fewer birds. It seems like there used to be more birds and now there are fewer. I don't know if it's because I live in a different place or whatever, but it, like,
and fewer insects as well.
Definitely,
I would say
fewer insects. I used to remember on road trips that this windshield would be covered with insects, and now it's not. It some places, but like so often, like it's and that's a weird measure. Like, But nevertheless, like, and but the science bears this out, right? It does appear that we're losing a massive amount of the bird population. We're losing insect population. Like, there's an ecological collapse happening, and we are not, as much as we want to believe we are, and as much as we live in these walls and on these screens, like, we're not actually separate from our environment. I think it's got to be affecting people. This is speculative, but like,
sure,
in some sense, I think these stresses are going to come out. They're going to emerge, and the stresses of resource scarcity, the stresses of increasing pressures on infrastructure, the stresses of desertification and drought, crop failure, all the stuff, all the consequences of climate change. Not even just like, methane gun. I don't even care about that. Like, I'm talking about food riots and countries going to war over water, which is gonna, like, the clock is ticking, right? We're gonna see this stuff in the next 10 years, the next 15 years. We've already seen, right, the Syrian civil war. We've already seen refugees driven by drought and agricultural failure. That's what I'm concerned about, and that's why I think we need to be having more of this fraught existentialist philosophical discussion about exactly how profound the changes are, and how much we need to rethink some of the foundational elements of the civilization that we live in, from from capitalism to racial hierarchies to the simple idea of progress, right? Like, we've got to take it all apart.
So I want to shift gears again. I want to talk about something that has also been explored in this work, which is to understand human beings' relationship with the natural world in all its various forms. Of course, we've talked about the ways in which human beings have destroyed the planet. We have engaged in cultural practices, socioeconomic systems that are built around the idea of infinite growth, which is a destructive mode of existence. It's destructive for human life. It's destructive for more than human life. These questions, these existential questions, need to be grounded in the earth, which is to say that we can often sit here and contemplate, and I know I'm guilty of this, sit here and contemplate about what the fuck to do with all of this. And that still comes up, and it's not something that I want to disparage anyone for having, because I have it as well. But there's also this thing where we need to sort of step back from that way of looking at things and acknowledge that people have known how to live on this planet for as long as human beings have existed. People have had intricate, complex, beautiful, regenerative relationships with the land. And that many of the crises that we're experiencing currently comes from that disconnection that we have within the dominant culture. One of the ways that this is manifested is in conservation and our management, so-called management of the natural world, or the environments that we think of as the natural world. One interesting thing is that I had interviewed an individual named Stephen Pine. Stephen is an emeritus professor at Arizona State University. He's published 35 books, most of them dealing with fire, but others on various subjects like Antarctica, the Grand Canyon, the Voyager mission, and so on. And his fire histories include surveys of America, Australia, Canada, Europe, including Russia, and just the Earth in general. And in this discussion with him that I had, we discussed his book, one of his most well-known books, Fire, A Brief History. And in that discussion, I asked him to elaborate on humanity's long, deep, and complex relationship with fire. And he explained how this relationship has informed everything from how our bodies have evolved to the impact this has had on our global environment up to the present moment. And as he frames it in the interview, we have entered into an age of fire, which he has dubbed the Pyrocene instead of the Anthropocene. Just as the Earth has passed through numerous ice ages, the industrialization of our relationship with fire, such as our use of fossil fuels and the internal combustion engine, has warmed the planet to such a degree as to completely disfigure and disrupt the planetary climate system, leading to a phase shift so large as to be barely grasped or comprehended at all. And fire, its crucial role in this, must not be examined in a scientific sense, but contextualized within a broader historical scope, which Stephen has provided for many years. So I think that I contacted Stephen when let me look and see when this interview was released. Oh, actually, it was in like November of 2019. Interesting. Oh, you know what? Not long after that, it was around that time that there were these massive bushfires in Australia. And I don't know if it was happening at that particular time when I released this interview. Can't remember exactly when it was. It was at the end of that year, because I remember that. And those fires were so catastrophic for Australia. And I kept on thinking about how the Aboriginal populations of Australia had a very sophisticated relationship with fire, very subtle relationship with fire and the ecologies of Australia. They would do these like slow burns, right? They would actually manage the land in a very particular and delicate way so as to allow for the land to grow certain types of vegetation, for certain types of animals to thrive. And of course, they're manipulating the environment, definitely. But once the colonialists arrived, once the colonial Europeans arrived and began to colonize Australia, I mean, the ecological catastrophes that are present in Australia currently come from that. They completely disrupted this ecological balance that the human populations there had with the continent of Australia. And I was realizing that, these massive wildfires that we see almost regularly here in the continental United States, especially, along the West Coast from California, now up in Oregon and Washington. We have wildfires in Idaho, where I live currently. We have wildfires all over the West. And I mean, it was so bad last year that the air quality was so poor that people had to wear gas masks or respirators and just to be able to go outside. So, like, we had the coronavirus pandemic raging, and people were not only wearing masks for that, but they had to wear masks just to go outside because the air quality was so poor. We can attribute this to climate disruption, most definitely. I mean, we're having droughts. That is certainly a part of it. That amplifies a lot of this. But what it is that the colonization of the land is one of the original crises that we need to look at. With the colonization of the land, what happened is the indigenous peoples that were lived here for thousands of years that knew how to live with the land, their ability to tend to the ecologies of this place were completely disrupted, and the colonial mindset took over. And so the management of these various regions under the federal government or state governments is really, it really comes from that, it comes from that very conservationist colonial mindset. And so coming across Stephen's work and having this conversation with Stephen about fire, it is all about reimagining our relationship with the elements, the earth, water, air, and fire. Fire is something that human beings have had a long, deep, evolutionary relationship with. And I think a great part of when we think about these existential questions that come up, as Royce Grant had pointed to, that's certainly a big thing. And we certainly have all of these massive crises unfolding regardless of what we do. But I wonder how much of our imaginations have been hindered by that perspective. Imagining what would happen if we just began the work of reestablishing healthy relationship with the land right now, reestablishing a healthy relationship with the elements, like I mentioned with fire. I mean, imagine if we just adopted that indigenous worldview, not appropriating it, but learned from it in the most holistic way possible and began to do the work of regenerating where we live. And so this part of this section is going to delve into that a little bit of like what we can do in spite of all of the horrible things that are happening. What kind of things can we do? What kind of concrete steps can we actually take? And I think understanding humanity's relationship with fire is a big step, actually. It what it does is it allows us to decolonize our perspective around so-called conservation, around management of the land. Because human beings, we have the natural gifts to manipulate our environments on a scale that most other species are incapable of doing. That could lead to destruction, as we're currently seeing, and it can also lead to something quite beautiful. I think human beings have an ecological role on this planet. And that's why I push back against misanthropy so much in my work, because I think when people begin to look at a lot of the stuff that I look at, their reaction is to become misanthropic, to hate human beings, to think that we're a virus, a scourge, and so on. And I don't believe that. It's about the systems we're a part of. It's about the cultures that we have. If you could speak to the relationship that we've had with fire over time, I mean, as you've stated in your work, I mean, our relationship with fire has literally shaped our biology, our guts, the size of our brains, our genome. I mean, and you also describe it as, when human beings came on the scene, just the whole landscape of the planet was transformed because we started to use fire to kind of co-create or to kind of alter the landscape, right? So if you could speak to that a bit, like our long history with fire, maybe fire's relationship with the planet in general. Yeah.
Sure. Well, fire has been around since terrestrial life. Life in the oceans created oxygen, gave us an oxygenated atmosphere. Life on land gave us combustibles, stuff to burn. The one thing the chemistry of fire is essentially a biochemistry. It takes apart what photosynthesis puts together. When it occurs in our cells, we call it respiration. When it occurs, same reaction occurs out in the wide world, we call it fire. So it's really fundamental. It's a creation of the living world. It's been around. We have fossil charcoal from fires dating 420 million years ago. So it's been there for a long time. But it's always it organizes itself in various ways. And the big change is when a species arrived who could control ignition. And that really begins with the hominins. And even before the sapiens came on the scene. So it's really part of our heritage as a species. But we got, small guts and big heads because we learned to cook food. And then we went to the top of the food chain because we learned to cook landscapes. And now we've become a geologic force because we begin to cook the planet. So we were a pretty fire is pretty fundamental for us, as you point out. It's in our genome. I mean, there are a lot of studies that point out we can't live in the sense of being able to reproduce and survive on raw food alone. We need the added boost that cooking brings. We now overprocess our food, so that's a problem. But we had to be able to process it at some point, so we didn't have enormous guts and giant mandibles and small skulls to hold the muscles to work the mandibles. So we could chew and process it easier. So all of that's in our genome. And then we began, extending the process across landscapes. We've always burned deliberately and accidentally, and that kind of goes to the operating system of a lot of ecosystems. And you can really change things if it's already burning, or if it's prone to burn but doesn't have a regular ignition source. Well, now it does. If it's prone to burn, you can preemptively burn. You can redirect that whole system. And like a lot of Mediterranean climates don't have a lot of lightning, certainly not dry lightning, but they're perfectly situated climatically to burn because they go through wetting and drying. So it's wet enough to grow stuff, dry enough to allow it to burn, and people can put ignition into that system and then pretty much take control of it. So paradoxically, given today's circumstances, we thrived where we could use fire because that was our power. That's sort of our ecological signature. That we have a species monopoly over it now. It's what we do that no other species does. You know, other creatures knock over trees and dig holes in the ground. We do fire. But there were always, and we could do a lot just by ignition, controlling the timing and placing of ignition. And we can prevent places from foresting. A lot of wet steppes, the Sauerfeld in Africa, the eastern, the tallgrass prairie in North America, all these places needed regular burning. And if you don't burn over maybe as much as 4 or 5 or 6 years, woody vegetation takes over. So they had to be burned, every 2 or 3 years. And the only way to get that is with people. But that's also a way of saying that there was a lot of carbon that could have been stored that wasn't. Not because we went in and cleared forests, but we prevented them from establishing at density. And when fire was removed, they've come back. And now it's very difficult to get rid of them sometimes. So just what I think of as an aboriginal economy of fire by control over ignition can have huge influence, but it's working within the system. And then what I think of as the agricultural turn, we began creating more fuels where nature wouldn't have. We can do it outside of the season. We can slash, kill, dry out, and then burn, again, out of season. We can drain areas, expose them to fire that they wouldn't have except under really extreme drought. And so we can begin expanding the domain of fire, and we can, in a sense, begin recoding the pulses and patches by which it occurs in the landscape. And we've done this, essentially every place that could burn, we've taken fire to. And we've taken fire to places that don't burn, like Greenland and Antarctica. Mm-hmm. And it's fire that even takes us off planet.
Yeah.
When you see these spacecraft lifting off, they're doing it on an enormous plume of fire. So we've made a kind of mutual assistance pact with fire very early on. In a sense, we would expand the opportunities for fire. At the same time, fire would allow us to occupy and make habitable many, many places. But even so, there are limits. You can't slash and burn too often or too extensively without the system starting to run down, and then it can no longer function. So there are all kinds of ecological checks and balances. You can't burn when there's snow on the ground, or if it's soaked in fog. Not going to burn very well. So there are all kinds of ecological limits, and for much of our existence, our quest for fire was a quest for more stuff to burn. And then that changes. And it changes when we begin going from burning living landscapes to burning what I call lithic landscapes, that is fossil fuels. And the first big one was, of course, coal, and then oil, and others follow beyond. And that gave us essentially unbounded firepower. And we don't see it as fire often, but it is. We're just not burning it in the same visible way that it was before. And that has also allowed us to restructure the places we live and the landscapes we live in. So generally, we have used that power to remove the old kinds of fires. So we don't have a lot of working fires in our houses anymore. We would have heated it, we would have cooked, we would have illuminated, even entertained. There would have been fire. There would have been fire all the time. I mean, I can even remember in Phoenix, where I grew up, you'd go out in the spring and burn off your Bermuda lawn. Took a few minutes, and then and then it's over with, and it's ready for the rains to come and the lawn to come back. Well, you can't do that anymore. So the alternative, and this shows in a certain sense the power, but also the goofy paradox of going to a fossil fuel alternative with sort of mindlessly. So now, instead of burning it, I rent a dethatcher, which runs gas, and then I have to rake up all of the dead grass, and I have to put it in plastic bags, and then I take it out to the street, where a large truck burning more fossil fuels picks it up, drives it to a landfill, dumps it, where it decomposes to methane. But there's no flame.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, when you put it like that, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
But that's in a sense what we've done. And so we have used that new kind of fossil power, which in many ways is unbounded, to replace over immense landscapes. And this has been hugely destructive ecologically. And this takes place quite apart from climate change.
All right. So right there, we have an example of this long-standing relationship that humanity has had with this elemental thing. As Stephen described there, I mean, our relationship has transformed to the point where we still have a relationship with fire, but it's been almost removed and pushed to the periphery of our consciousness. We can't even think about it because we can't even see it anymore. The internal combustion engine and industrialization and all of that. And the thing is that so much of the crises that we're in the middle of today is rooted in a cataclysmic event that occurred a few hundred years ago with the colonization of the planet. The point is to think about, we have these massive things that are unfolding on the planet right now, but what can we do in spite of that? Right? So much of it has to do with understanding how colonization has not only colonized literal space, as in material reality, but has colonized our bodies, our minds, our imaginations, our relationships to things that are more than human. And I think that if there's anything that can be done right now, it is to approach, as this section is about the environment and about the climate crisis and so on, we need to decolonize. I know that word is thrown around a lot, and it may have lost some of its meaning because of how popularized it's become, but we need to actually decolonize our understanding of these things, right? That's the point here. So in talking with Stephen Pine, learning about our history with fire is, I think, a piece of that puzzle, because it's not about stopping fires from happening. It's learning that the land needs fire and that we have actually molded the land in a particular way over thousands and thousands of years, and that we have an ecological role to administer fire in a certain kind of way. Like, we are not just off the hook. You know what I mean? Like, we have to learn these things again. Or if we've never known them before, we need to learn them now. And that requires a lot of humility. It's a gigantic task, but it can be performed on the local level. And we hope that if enough people perform something on a local level, it'll extend to the global level as well. That's the idea anyway. So the next section I want to do is a way to also decolonize our understandings around management of the land and management of species specifically. And so in order to talk about that, I brought on Dr. Khalil Avi. And Avi is trained in social anthropology and social science research methods and works with practitioners and academics from multiple fields. And as he states in his bio, if you want to step into the messy spaghetti of reality and enjoy the feast, I invite you to dine with me. Avi focuses on how human environmental and human relationships shape each other over time and has conducted interdisciplinary research on fisheries, historical ecology, hunting, and environmental management. And I became aware of him because of an article that he had published at Gods and Radicals Press titled Don't Kill the Messenger, Invasive Species and Halting Biodiversity Loss. And so in this interview, Avi addresses some of the underlying colonialist, nationalist, and provincial assumptions that surround the efforts to halt biodiversity loss in our age of abrupt climate disruption and environmental catastrophe. He challenges our notions of what it really means to halt biodiversity loss, in particular when it comes to the widespread practice of eliminating so-called invasive species in their respective environments as a means of addressing this crisis. As global climate disruption forces biological life to rapidly adapt to the changing environment, our efforts to halt biodiversity loss should include abandoning our unexamined and deeply held assumptions of what our responses to the environmental crisis should be. After reading that article, I was really fascinated by this idea of what an invasive species really is. How we categorize things is a part of the problem. And I'm going to harken back, I just remember the last part of that segment with Royce Granted. He's like, we have to take it all apart. And that's what's happening now, regardless of what we do. Things are falling apart. Things are disintegrating. The old is dying. We're experiencing collapse and decline in all these different realms. So whether we choose to break it down and take it apart or not, it's going to happen in some form or another. And if we have any sort of agency over ourselves in this time, we will choose to take it apart because we know what it is. And we want to build something different and better in this time, in spite of the outcome. What is commonly understood as what invasive species are? Like, how do we normally define and understand what an invasive species is? And then maybe from there, we can break down how, as you say in the title of your essay, of your article is Don't Shoot the Messenger. And the way you frame it is that in so-called invasive species, and I'm getting a little ahead of myself, but we can get to this at some point. But the idea is that these are actually indications of something bigger that's happening here. You know what I mean?
Precisely.
So I just want to ask, so at the very beginning, the basis of this is like, what do we commonly understand invasive species to be and what they do to ecosystems and bioregions and all of that?
Okay, so there is the common idea, which is not agreed on, but we'll say what the common idea is that invasive species are non-native species, that is, species that are somehow conceived to be foreign to a particular place, right? That's not even agreed upon once you actually look at the practice of where money and policy is spent on invasive species, and often it will be expanded to species that are native, so to speak, to a place. They're just deemed to cause too many problems to whatever the particular human project is going on there. I think a better way for me to ground this would be to go through a couple of historical points that give an idea of where this comes from.
Yeah.
And so first I'll just mention that I'm not an expert in all of the details of all the cases of invasive species in comparison to some other experts out there. One of them being the Tao Orion book that I quote in the article, and which she herself notes that within the American context, it emerged with the Second World War and sort of ideas about having basically foreign elements that you want to evict from your particular territory. And then she notes that earlier in the beginning of the 20th century, there is, what you could effectively call pests to do with the relation of expansion of agriculture and how to manage them. Now, that's a particular American side to the story. Where my expertise comes in is to do with British colonialism, because that's where my research, the history of it, is based in. And in that context, which obviously does have a relationship to the American context, but is not exactly the same, what you effectively have, Cyprus is where my main research was based, right? So what you have there is in the late 19th century, when British turned up in Cyprus, similar to many other places they colonized, they brought with them a set of species that they liked to hunt, which they would call game animals. Those animals would become protected. along with a particular set of animals that they chose to decide were good wild animals. The criteria for which is not something that I'm going to spend my life mind-boggling how they selected some of the criteria for these animals, because they don't necessarily make any ecological sense. It's very arbitrary, which is a certain problem that still exists. But anyway, so you set aside certain animals that are good wild animals, good game animals, and everything else is essentially fine if it doesn't get in the way of your pursuit, of the pursuits of your empire or of your society. If it does get in the way, then you designate it as a harmful species, and therefore it should be removed. In addition, what you get with a later development is that this becomes in itself a demonstration of the legitimacy of your environmental administration, showing that you're actually doing something. You're actually managing to control and manage a territory in terms of the land. And so you turn some of these invasive species into a scapegoat in and of itself. So it's less about getting in the way of your own endeavors and demonstrating as an administration, whether it's colonial or whether it's a democratic environmental administration, demonstrating to your membership and your citizens that we are doing something. We're spending money on protecting this environment. And it's a very easy and simple logic to say this species is causing this problem to this one, and if we delete this one, which there's too many of, or it's causing too much harm, then we'll have more of the other one. Where my research went was into actually looking at the methods for eradicating certain species and demonstrating that they didn't even work.
Yeah.
So that was where I was going, was looking at it technically before then elaborating into whether it makes ecological sense, whether it makes economic sense, and then obviously the political dimensions. Was first like, does it actually technically work? And in the particular case that I was looking at, no, it didn't work for a number of reasons. In that case, it had usually the most basic mathematical logic you can think of, which is you deal with something as a population of homogeneous individuals. So let's say there's 100 of something, and they're all the same. So if we delete 50, then next year, even with a little bit of reproduction, it won't be 100 again, right? So you're going to keep managing and reducing that population like that. Not unfortunately, but fortunately, or however you want to think about it, species don't work like that. They have different ways of reproducing, different social hierarchies or not hierarchies, different social structures, which mean that when you remove certain portions of the population, you can actually end up with more of that species the next year for certain different reasons to do with breeding. Anyway, so there's a whole technical problem there. And then when I when I researched into this at a wider level, dealing with wild boar, and then I engaged with Tara Ryan's book, and she essentially addresses that point, but more to do with plants in the US. And because I'm not a plant person, really. I'm an animal person, so to speak.
Yeah.
And her one maps into a similar issue, which is trying to remove certain plants and just failing at doing it. And some of it really boils down to a couple of basic reasons. One is it's just bad biology behind it. So you have a degraded landscape or ecosystem habitat, which has already been polluted. Loads of species have died. Biodiversity has dropped. However, it so happens that some species manage to do well in this particular niche, whether they're local or not local, or native or not native, depending on what terminology you want to use. And then these are treated as an invasive species, whereas in some sense, all they are are the first generation in a succession of species. So if you keep removing them, you basically go back to square one in what's called evolutionary succession, because all that's happening is the first set of species are trying to lay down the framework on which diversity can then build. So if you keep cutting that back, I think there's a good example from New Zealand with gorsebush. So gorsebush was introduced at some point. Anyway, the government gives farmers subsidies to remove gorsebush. Gorsebush is a pioneer species, and if one fellow has demonstrated with a large portion of land there that if you just let the gorse grow out and trees pick up, after 20 years, the gorse itself will actually disappear. But if you keep cutting it back, actually will just grow stronger and stronger.
So what you're saying is like what we think of as this, again, invasive species, which is going to take over the ecosystems and destroy all these other species. In that process, that's actually laying the groundwork for, would you call it evolutionary succession? Is that what you said, that term you used?
I'm saying that in many examples, that is true.
That is true. Okay.
I may sound slightly polemic in that article because I'm pushing back a very large status quo. Evidently, I'm aware that in each particular context, there's going to be a slightly different answer. And that's why in the article, the unifying point of the article is to not do that type of science of invasive species are something that needs to be eradicated to stop biodiversity loss at a global level. And then we're going to send that down as a policy which filters down into certain subsidies that's going to play out in very odd ways. No, what you need to do is you need to form democratic committees of people within those areas that does include scientists and other experts to work out what is actually going on here and deal with it within that context.
This is a part of the broader point here, which is that we need to deconstruct our contemporary understandings of how to, quote, manage the land and how to, quote, deal with climate change or deal with the environmental crisis, and understand that not only are the ways that we're dealing with it contemporarily through modern conceptions of these things wrong, actually we also have heritages to draw upon. One of the things that I, again, talk a great deal about on the podcast is the effects that have come from colonization. Of course, there are people who have been on the blunt end of the colonization project, that is the United States or Brazil or the countless other places around the world that have been affected by settler colonialism and so on. But the people who engaged in the colonization and the settlers themselves are also products of that. We have, as Europeans, if we are European and we're, quote, white, we have heritages to draw upon as far as like how we can manage and work with the land. And I say manage, and that's not even the right word, but to live in relationship with the land, to have an ecological function on the land, with the land, to exist in relationship with it. There were massive ruptures that occurred at certain points in history, which I've, again, talked about and explored on the podcast as well, identifying what those were. But those heritages still exist. They're still there. There's still, even to this day, examples of it. And there was a really fascinating article that I came across that I was able to interview the author of, named Max Pascal. Max is an ICA certified arborist and professional horticulturist, and he comes from 4 generations of nurserymen and women. He is the founder of Shelterwood Forest Farm, a small wooded farm located in the Appalachian foothills of eastern Pennsylvania. He had published a really excellent essay titled The Lost Forest Gardens of Europe, and that was published at the Sherwood Forest Farm website. And what I wrote for this was, in addressing the ever-increasing ongoing impacts anthropogenic climate change is having on food production and land management, for those of us that descend from European colonizers in North America, what can we learn from the past? What relationship did our ancestors have with the lands they were indigenous to, and how did they adapt to rapid climatological and ecological shifts throughout the millennia? In Max's fascinating and illuminating essay, The Lost Forest Gardens of Europe, the answers to these questions come more into focus. And to quote from that article, whereas modern industrial agriculture is descended from a distinctly imperialist Roman plantation system based on slave labor, systems like cultura promiscua, mixed cultivation, are the direct descendants of the indigenous forest gardens of pre-agricultural Europe. Since the Neolithic Revolution, an assortment of farming systems in Europe that relied heavily on monocultures and a handful of finicky staple crops that often ended abruptly and violently. The diverse forest gardens of peasants, however, have quietly shrugged off 10,000 years of turbulent changes. This article is a look at the little-known history of these systems and their innovative strategies for survival. As we search for ways to remake the ways we garden, farm, and live in a time of climate change, extreme inequality, and political disarray, looking back at the innovations of Europe's hidden agroecological past can provide invaluable lessons on how we might collectively move forward. Okay, so this is in the process of decolonizing our understanding of, say, invasive species or a relationship with fire or, how we deal with energy, as was discussed previously to that. All of these things, they don't have to exist in a like it doesn't have to be this thing where we are in an existential crisis all the time, wondering how the hell do we get out of this crisis? There are vast resources of knowledge and wisdom that we can draw on. I'm not saying that I know all of those things, obviously, but there are many people now who are waking up to that reality that, we have, as settlers, for instance, we being settlers on this land, we weren't always settlers. Our ancestors had ways of being and knowledge that extend far into the past. And as, Max pointed to in that essay, the forest gardens of Europe lasted through all of these crises, all of the climatological changes that have occurred over the millennia. And that's the point here, right? There's obviously just a wealth of knowledge in how to build resilient food systems that are not ecologically destructive. And so that's the point in all of this, is if there's something that can be done, it is that. The vast crises of climate disruption and the vast crisis of industrial capitalism's impact on the ecologies of the planet need to be faced head on. There's a lot of grief in that. But what I've learned from these people that I've talked to over the years is that in spite of all of that, there's still things that can be done. We don't know what the outcome's going to be. The future is unwritten. I still believe that we'll probably all go extinct. I still believe that. That's what I've still been asserting over these years. But again, I hold contradictions inside of me. I'm full of contradictions. I can't help it. It's not about hope. It's just about knowing what to do in spite of everything. And so this really fascinating discussion with Max at least explores some of this, what can be done. And also, and I'll actually touch on this after this, but I'll just say that this also reimagines my understanding or reformulates my understanding of agriculture itself. I'll get into that after this segment with Max. I think what you're describing with the imperialist and colonialist model of agriculture is that it just lends itself to oppression. It just lends itself to, decomplexifying ecosystems. It's like there's a long history and a long correlation there between the agricultural model employed by the Romans and the colonialists and the kind of societies that are built around that. And when we talk about mixed cultivation and indigenous stewardship of the land, it seems to lend itself to a far different conception of how to build societies, how to have relationships with one another, with more than human life and the land itself. So maybe describe some of the characteristics of mixed cultivation and, maybe dig a little bit into the history of where that started.
Yeah, so when we're looking at this Roman model of extraction and how that has essentially become conventional agriculture in modern day Europe, as you're saying, is absolutely necessary to to contrast that with what existed before and what still exists in certain ways today, right? Because we forget that a lot of these ancient relationships with the land that people had thousands of years ago never went away, that they still exist in the margins of European society, as folk traditions, as, peasant farming systems, and that they're forgotten about or actively oppressed or suppressed, but they're still there. And so when we're looking for authentic relationships with the land that our ancestors engaged in, for those of us who are of European descent, this is like where we need to look. And so when we look back to, let's say, 6,000-7,000 years ago, you're seeing the shift from Mesolithic, Middle Stone Age hunter-gatherer societies to grain agriculture. And that's a whole conversation in and of itself of why that happened. But essentially, over time, you get this hybridization of these two different ways of growing food, right? Of these grain cultures from the Near East and these tens of thousands year old hunter-gatherer land management systems from Europe. And in those hybrid spaces, there emerged like this incredible diversity of land care practices. And so you'll see a place like the Euganean Hills in northeastern Italy, where for 5,000 years, from I think 9,000 BC to like 4,000, after that. But yeah, essentially for 5,000 years, you see this single agricultural system that united both like the grain growing systems and the forest gardening systems that had preceded them. And so what people there did was like they used fire very strategically to, they had controlled burns where they turned their like linden fir forest into this diverse agro-ecosystem. And every year, every few years, they would have these small scale burns where they would just clear out weeds and small trees, and they would plant grains, hemp, poppies, herbs, into these fields and plant chestnut trees, walnuts, olives, willows, and grapes. And so this is a system that gave them pretty much everything they needed to not just survive, but thrive, because, with this diversity of food sources, they're getting like every nutrient you can imagine, they're all this caloric intake, and they were just managing it without plows, without pesticides, without enslaved labor. They're doing this all by hand with a torch and some seed. And that happened for 5,000 years, which, is a huge amount of time. That's the amount of time between today and when the Great Pyramid at Giza was built, right? So this is a system that fundamentally is built to last. And the people who did this didn't go off and conquer Europe. They didn't cause climate change. They didn't do any of these other things that, that you see later people doing. And so this is a system that also has strong similarities with the Milpa system in Central America and its North American variants, where, you have indigenous peoples in the eastern half of North America, like managing their landscape in a very similar way with fire, grain, and tree crops. And so you see that happening in different places at different times. And later on, that same system gets transformed again into what you're mentioning of cultura promiscua, which is Italian for essentially mixed cultivation. And that happened essentially in mostly in Tuscany, but you also see it happening in Sicily and southern Italy and a few other places. And so what cultura promiscua is essentially just multiple levels of an ecosystem, like an agrarian ecosystem in the same place. So you have rows of fruit trees or nut trees like mulberries, maybe maples, willow, cherry, olive. You see rows of those that are cut back every year to keep them small. And between them, you have grapevines for making wine, trained between the trees in these like very specific ways. And so you have those alleys of trees and grapes, and between them you have grain, hay fields, vegetables, pasture, you name it. So this is a system where in a single acre you have all these different kinds of crops and of growing systems. It's like a fully integrated forest garden. And it exists even within the paradigm of private property, which is really notable here because one of the reasons that, like the Milpa system in North America, like was able to succeed so well is because it was not based on this paradigm of private property, right? When you have like communal access to land, it becomes much easier to do these kinds of growing systems that are much more beneficial to the local environment. And what's notable about cultura promiscua is that you can have just like a few acres of this and it can stay the same for centuries, right? You just need to have someone who knows how to manage it. And this is a system that predated the Romans even. Like this was created by the Etruscans who were in, essentially modern day Tuscany. And there's still farms today in that area where this same system is going on, and it is almost the exact same today as it would have been 3,000 years ago. And so I think when we're looking at ways to really have a resilient culture and a resilient relationship with the land, systems like this are really, really important because over 3,000 years, just think about the history of Italy. Like you've had countless invasions, plagues, droughts, flooding, just drastic changes. The advent of capitalism, you've had so many things happening, and this system has remained almost unchanged in that time. And so when we're looking at like what we need to do, I think this is a good place to start.
I think having a more nuanced view of human beings' relationship with the land includes understanding that human beings in their relative locations, the various climates that they existed in, the geographical locations that they have evolved in, they adapted to those environments based on what was required of them. So in some places, they grew crops. They knew how to engage in a form of agriculture or a form of horticulture, as Max talked about there with the forest gardens. And there are forest gardens all over the world. I mean, there's forest gardens in North America, there are forest gardens in South America, Europe. I'm sure there's forest gardens in Africa, Asia, all over. People knew how to cultivate these various biodiverse regions to serve themselves, but also serve other life. It was a reciprocal relationship. It wasn't just about taking. It wasn't about turning the land into a monoculture agricultural project that only served one species or maybe two species if you want to include cattle. No, it was about, serving life itself and creating prosperity for all that wish to partake in it. That's the mindset. That's the mindset that we have to cultivate here. And I addressed this point as far as human beings, I guess the anarcho-primitivist perspective that we all went down this bad road when we all started using agriculture as a species. And there's something valid in saying that, large civilizations that engage in agricultural practices that were destructive to the land, that's definitely bad. Agriculture is not one thing. And so I had this really great interview that I did with just one of the sweetest men I've ever talked to, Stephen Elliott Martin, the Sacred Gardener, as he's been called. And Stephen is an artist, farmer, wildcrafter, builder, teacher, writer, and visionary. He has more than 30 years experience living co-creatively with the earth, practicing traditional living skills of growing food, building, and healing. And he is the author of Sacred Gardening, Seeds for the Reemergence of Co-Creative Agriculture, and The Story of the Madawaska Forest Garden, Co-Creating Integrated Polyculture, and he is the co-creator of the Sacred Gardening Earth Wisdom School. In this interview, I asked Stephen to expound on his journey of becoming a sacred gardener, whatever that means, which has included years of deep intellectual and spiritual introspection and experimentation with agricultural production, gardening, and foraging, a journey that has led him to a recognition of the roots of our dominant culture's profound disconnection from the sacred roots of agriculture and land use. On this path of exploration, and that is fleshed out more in his books, Stephen has cultivated an intuitive and deeply expressed capacity for being able to truly listen to the spirits of the land and the living beings that reside there, having gained superb insights into how to reacquaint our culture with our sacred roots of participation and co-creative relationship with the living earth. Stephen's development of this intuitive knowledge has manifested into something that is altogether missing in much of our dominant culture's conception of land use and agricultural production in the modern age. A culmination of our culture's obsession with logic, or as Stephen has called it, the cult of reason. In this interview, Stephen refutes the idea that the development of agriculture in human societies is the result of a wrong turn in our development as a species, which is a primitivist assertion, and instead asserts that the roots of agriculture and land use is rooted in our intuitive, sacred, and co-creative capacities as cultural beings with the living earth, and that deprogramming ourselves from the overly reductionist approach to land use is essential in reclaiming our right role within the broad matrix of life, both on the local and global scale. Wow, it's a hell of a description I wrote there. So yeah, I mean, that's basically it, right? I just read my description. That's pretty much encapsulates it. So, I mean, in this particular section, he was responding to a question that I had about, how agriculture, as viewed through the kind of anarcho-primitivist lens, is the wrong turn that humanity made, and he asserts otherwise. And I think that's it, right? It's about co-creative relationship with the earth. Human beings, we exist in so many different capacities with the planet. There's all kinds of ways that human beings have lived, and agriculture isn't one thing either. And so I think a big part of the crisis that we're in, globally speaking, is we have these huge monoculture agricultural systems that use intensive amounts of pesticides, herbicides, and fertilizers to bend the land to our economic interests as far as the global capitalist system is concerned. So things are just pushed to an absolute breaking point of collapse. And that is where we're at. And I think many of the crises that we have on the planet today is rooted in that. It's not agriculture as a concept that's a problem. It is the industrial agricultural model that is the problem in great, great part. And it is tied to a lot of the things that we've discussed over these few hours with this episode as well. So I'll just be playing this segment here with Stephen. I think he does a great job of really beautifully explaining his journey as far as understanding what agriculture actually is in the most sacred sense.
I'm really glad you brought it up too, because I was one of those people, I guess a primitivist, or I certainly wouldn't have called myself that at the time. But again, in this deep rejection of all that is Western, of all that we see around us, and associating it all with this colonial disaster, the baby gets thrown out with the bathwater, and I did it myself for a lot of years, where I just kind of went, well, no, agriculture is somehow more corrupt. And then we have, of course, our primary, ethical story. The Garden of Eden story pretty much tells us that agriculture is a corrupt state, and we're given it as a punishment. Not only is it not a ritual or a celebration as it once was, but in our culture, it's seen this other way. And on down the line it goes, to where people won't even labor anymore because they feel it's so beneath them. Meanwhile, they'll go to the gym and work out for 2 hours or run around doing nothing for 2 hours. Time workers could actually be growing their food or something useful. But I think it's such a valid question, and I do want to address it. So the book, The Story of the Madawaska Forest Garden, the first book I wrote, is really about an indigenous form of agriculture. And in kind of following the sequence and following the understandings that are kind of underlying that process, you get it from that book. And it's very complicated in some ways, but also very simple in other ways. So simple, you'll forget it almost immediately. And it sounds so cliche, but indigenous form of agriculture are co-creative by their very nature. They've been done for tens of thousands of years, so they wouldn't have survived if it wasn't a way of working sustainably with the earth, right? We can't make that claim. Nobody can make that claim anymore. Probably not for the last couple hundred years even. And certainly organic farmers can't really make that claim because they don't really do traditional organic practices like letting things go fallow and letting the weeds claim back the land for a year or two. Nobody does that stuff anymore. These basic agricultural technologies that were part of the cycles for literally tens of thousands of years, they worked. But now it's all been corrupted and industrialized. And so what we see is a horrific version of it. And so, of course, we think it's, something that's somehow corrupt by its very nature. But, in my experience these days and living inside the dream here, the way it works for me is that agriculture is a ceremony that lasts 4 months. It has these very profound, like every ceremony, it has these very, very poignant and profound moments. But a lot of it is also waiting, which is also a big part of ceremony. It's learning how to wait for the right to do things, waiting for the spirit, right? So, in this unfolding, like these plants, these corn, the beans, all these ones that I've taken care of for almost 30 years now, they've been part of my family. There's this whole rebirthing every year, and I'm so happy to see their faces in the spring. And then as they grow up, I'm tending to them like you would your own children, not because you expect anything, but because it feels right and it feels good. And then at the end of the season, right now, you can barely step in my house because there's bushels and bushels and bushels and flats and flats and flats and flats of pears and tomato and squash and corn and beans and everything I'm going to live till the next time I get to see their face. And so it's this beautiful, beautiful receiving. It doesn't feel at all like taking to me anymore. It's this beautiful, beautiful cycle where I give and I give and I give and then I receive. So I often say this, that maybe you see me in the morning, in the spring, you see me out in the garden and I'm doing some weeding and I look pretty much like when you're doing the weeding too, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're kind of like, well, that's just like what I do, same thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
But even though a lot of the things I'm doing, and same with the harvest thing, it's like, oh, he's taking at the end of the season, and you could see it as the same as anybody's gardening. But over the years, and partially being a forager for a good decade or so before I started learning about agriculture, there was something else I learned in there, and it's that this is a cycle. And so if I'm weeding, it's a sacred act. And when I pull things out of my garden, they're to honor, the gods of the underworld, the gods of death and decay. And I put them in an altar, and some people call that a compost pile. But for me, it's an altar to death and decay. And so it's part of this cycle, right, that I'm feeding the underworld ones so that they will feed me. Because that's what it's all about, right?
Yeah.
Being square with them.
All right, y'all, we're getting close to the end of this section, this chapter. Thank you for coming on this journey with me. I appreciate it. If you've been listening up to this point, I commend you. Man, I hope this is interesting to you. I hope the way that I've constructed this has been good for you as well. And there's a lot more coming, so just be aware. I've decided to do this and I'm following through with it. So here we go. Yeah, so that beautiful discussion with Stephen Elliott Martin really helped me at least get over some of my weird hang-ups around this idea of we have to go back to this hunter-gatherer forager lifestyle in order to live in balance with the earth. No, that's not it at all. And it's not even possible, by the way. Like how, with everything that's happening, and I do think we're experiencing collapse. I don't think that can be stopped. And I think actually collapse of this particular culture and this civilization is not a bad thing. It is killing the planet. The planet is being destroyed in its wake. It would be a good thing for it to go away. But the question, of course, is how do we live within a disintegrating society? So much happens when a society disintegrates, as we're currently experiencing. And if a society like this is disintegrating, then it really wasn't worth its salt. It really wasn't worth keeping around anyway, because people are losing their shit. And so I really wanted to highlight what Stephen was presenting there, which was just having a more sacred relationship with the land, with food, how we make food, how we produce food. I had an interview not very long ago with someone that I've been paying attention to for some time, Peter Michael Bauer, who is an anthropologist, experimental archaeologist, and historian. And we discussed several major subjects in an interview, including rewilding, collapse, and humanity's place within these frameworks. So, at the beginning of the discussion, we talked about rewilding and whether it's a term that should be abandoned because it's been co-opted and appropriated by, these kind of online influencer types. Like, they just apply rewilding to everything. It's basically like saying something is organic or, handmade, or, you know what I mean? Like, all of these labels you see on like Whole Foods products, it just kind of loses its actual meaning over time. But he explains what that means to him. What does it actually mean to rewild? Because he was one of the first to popularize the use of this term. And we talk about his understanding of collapse and how that's compared to his earlier understanding of that process to how he conceptualizes it currently, not as an event, but as an iterative, often gradual process. And his interest lies in not weathering the storm of collapse, but to allow this ecocidal civilization to recede and decline into irrelevance, and then foster the growth of ways of living and being that place humanity within its proper ecological role once again. So I think, in reference to what I stated previously, it's about finding those lineages of wisdom and knowledge, reclaiming them, bringing them to the present, which is a lot of what Peter does with his rewilding work. But also just recognizing that, we need to understand that the collapse that is currently unfolding and all the ways that it's manifesting is going to happen. And we just have to ask the question of how are we going to be within that. That's a lot of what my podcast seems to point towards, is there's just a lot that's going to happen and we can't stop a lot of it from happening. And we just have to learn how to do things that have kind of been abandoned or forgotten over the decades, over the generations. And that's just a fact of life. That's just the way it's going to be. And so, referencing again, it's not about weathering the storm of collapse, like as if, it'll be this event that ends and we can like live afterwards. It's more about rebuilding those skill sets that were required, reconnecting with the land, reconnecting with community. And then I feel like what you're doing with rewilding is like, look, let's like move towards actual reality here. Let's actually acknowledge so what's happening is happening. We're undergoing a so-called decomplexifying a process right now in our culture and society. Let's gather and build upon the skills required to weather the storm. And if we do survive for another 500 years, it'll be because of that. Not because people bought more guns and felt like their, rights are being taken away because they have to wear masks or get a vaccine. You know what I mean?
Totally.
So that's my real sense of your work.
Yeah. I think that there's a level sort of beyond that even too, which is, in the term weathering the storm, I think it reminds me of sort of this concept of like, we need to build lifeboats to save us from the sinking ship. And I'm not interested in building a lifeboat. I'm not interested in building skills specifically to weather a storm, because to me, it's more about building, and that if you build skills in rewilding, you will weather the storm of collapse, but it's not the goal of rewilding to weather the storm of collapse, right? Like the goal of rewilding is essentially to embrace wildness and become a part of the ecosystem again, which is something that exists beyond a storm forever and beyond, right? So in that sense, it's about just and it's not a lifeboat, it's about finding a new boat. If a sinking ship is a culture that exists on its own, I don't want a lifeboat that gets me to shore. Like, I want to just have another way of living, right? That already is there. And, it's hard to say you could just jump from one to the next, but really it's like ripping a Band-Aid off. And I feel like there's, again, with examples presented in questioning collapse, there's all kinds of collapse in and of itself is a complex process, right? And you never know what's going to happen. It's a wild card, so to speak, because of all of the different factors at play. So like here in the United States, I think about this a lot versus like the UK or something. Like, there's more guns in the United States than there are people in the United States.
Yeah.
So how is that going to affect a disintegrating society versus like, England or something, that has much less firearm capacity of its civilian arms or something, right? Like, everywhere is going to be different. And so we're going to see different things. And I don't want to romanticize, people will always say I'm romanticizing collapse, and that I think it's going to be everybody holding hands and stuff. I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is it's not going to be all horrible, which is what most people fixate on, right? Like, to me, there's a level of beauty. It comes down to, I think Martine Prechtel, who's an author I really enjoy. I saw him speak once when I was a teenager, and he was talking about how in the Mayan villages where he lived, they had these houses that were they were built out of natural materials, and they would fall apart every couple of years. And so every few weeks, people in the neighborhoods would gather together and rebuild a certain person's house or their roof or whatever, and then a couple weeks later, do the next person, a couple weeks later, do the next person. And it gave them a reason to come together, work together, and have a shared experience of mutual aid. But when the government saw that their houses were quote unquote, like shabbily built, they came in, like an aid organization came in and gave them all like metal roofs so they would stop like decomposing, because I think they were like thatched or something. They were like, and then that eliminated the need for mutual aid among the neighbors, and then they all stopped talking to each other and their community fell apart.
Yeah.
And so there's this like, it's not romantic to say that we need each other in these types of situations, and that what we evolved with in terms of our human interaction, our necessity for human interaction and mutual aid. Because if you think about, if we did truly evolve as nomadic or mobile immediate return hunter-gatherers, then we were constantly moving camps, which means we were constantly collapsing our camps and moving them and setting them up in another place, which meant we were constantly working together through mutual aid to do that process. And with sedentism, you don't have that, right? You build brick houses and you don't move, and so you get stagnant. And there's no necessity for people to come together and help one another in this particular kind of way. But it goes across it's not just with house building or whatever, right? It's like in all the different ways. And so I think in terms of like collapse, what I see happening is a return to people recognizing the necessity for one another and making that happen. That's not to say that there won't be, warring factions or whatever. But that there's a deeper connection that is waiting for us. And I think that is something to celebrate in the potential fallout and negative effects. There are also very positive things that we are lacking in contemporary society that will, that will be fruitful again.
Yeah, I think collapse presents openings for something.
Exactly.
That's what it is. And I imagine you and others that are doing work like yours is like creating a base, you're kind of accumulating knowledge and knowledges or forms of knowledge and skills, and just like, hey, like this is available. So right now we can begin that work of preparing in some ways so that as these openings emerge, we're presenting like an alternative to what is actually pretty, like, as you mentioned, there's pretty horrifying possibilities that come out of this too. And I feel like people need examples. They have to be shown a little bit, like this is what is possible. And I think we can be often very blinded to what those possibilities are. Yeah.
And I still think that there's a level of, I just question how much energy should I put into any particular thing, because at the end of the day, people are going to have to figure it out or they're not. And so, like earth skills, I gave up on teaching ancestral skills. Not really gave up, but I just put a lot of, I don't emphasize that in terms of my own teaching practice much. And again, it's sort of a pendulum for me. I swing back and forth. And right now I'm at the end of the crest of doing re-education work or talking about mythology. I feel myself swinging back towards teaching just ancestral skills and handwork and stuff. Because there's just this constant battle of like, what's really the most important thing? Is it to get people to be skilled and then recognize when the collapse happens that they're prepared for it? Or is it to educate people about the story so that then they feel they should be prepared and then inspire them? And it doesn't have to be either or, right? Like there's, I think people like having narratives to live by. And so part of the philosophy of rewilding is generating that narrative. But at the end of the day, like that narrative will emerge regardless of whether it does now or later, because it will. I think, I was a huge fan of Joseph Campbell's Power of Myth. And one of the things that he said in there was that the artist's job is basically to put people in accord with nature through their stories and mythology. And I think that it's not necessarily that humans create mythology and then they enact that mythology so much as the environment creates limits that create a narrative. And in that sense, once our environment limits what is possible for us, our stories are going to do that too. So I don't know. There's just this back and forth with me where it's a constant struggle in my mind of like where to put my emphasis and what will have the most impact. And I don't know, I think it's mostly like an internal conflict for me, but I think that earth skills, planting food, all of that stuff is actually very easy. There's no like, to make a stone tool, you hit a rock together. There's a science behind it, sure, if you want to get precise. But if you don't know how to make stone tools, you can literally just start smashing rocks together and you'll find a shard that's going to work as a rock knife. And it's essentially the same with all of those things. Like if, learning to weave a basket is basically just tying knots over and over again. If you can do an overhand knot, you can weave a basket. You know what I mean? If you can start a fire, there's just, it's not hard. These things are not hard to do. So I think that the learning curve is rapid when there's a need. So, again, think about this too. Like the pandemic happened and immediately there was this large cultural movement, not for everybody, but for a lot of people to produce masks and comfortable masks, effective masks. And within like a month, people had like cut up old bed sheets and like, we're stitching masks for healthcare workers and like all this stuff. Like, I think mutual aid is a part of the fabric of being human. And I think that it comes out most in absolute need type scenarios. So when a power structure collapses, that is when there is the strongest need for resources to be distributed among the people who need them. I think the biggest challenge for us, global society, is going to be, like you were saying, thinking of collapse as like, there's no more electricity, there's no more of these different things. Like, I think all of that stuff is going to come in waves, and it might be 1 year, it might be 1 month, it might be whatever. But I think that humans are highly adaptable animals, and we will adapt to those changes, and we will do it quickly. And there might be a lot of conflict, but I think that the biggest problems with society at large in terms of catastrophic collapse are just population density, and disease and pandemics have always been the thing that actually really diminishes populations rapidly. And so that's one of the things that, I don't really stay up at night worrying about it, because I think at the end of the day, I have to ease my anxiety over like multiple aspects of collapse, because we have all of these, I think, subconscious myths that are part of us. One is like, I want to live forever. There's like an individual part of it. Like, I'm afraid of my own death. I'm not afraid of being dead, but I'm afraid of dying. Right. And then I'm afraid of like humanity's death.
Yeah.
Like I don't want humans to go extinct. Right. And then I'm afraid of like the impact that civilization has had on the planet and all the living things on this planet, right? So there's like this coalescence of things. Well, one, I'm going to die at some day anyway, so there's no point in really worrying about it. You just have to accept it. That's a hard one, right?
Yeah.
Two, in terms of humanity's death, I have this poster in my basement, and it's this giant spiral of life on Earth. It's a timeline. And it has like, all of the different eras and all of the different animals and things, not all of them clearly, but it goes through like, and it's just this big picture, and it's a spiral, and it goes all the way back to the beginning of the universe, and with different time points marked on it. And you see like the origin of people, humanity is just this tiny little blip of all of the life and previous life on the planet. And I just think there's just nothing we can do like that's going to change, the process of life in any way. There were 6 extinctions along that, we're in the 6th one. There were 5 extinctions along that path, and still life thrived. Even then, if you think about like the first mass extinction is what produced oxygen. So nothing that is alive today would be alive unless the first mass extinction had happened. I mean, nothing that breathes oxygen.
Yeah.
And so I think in 1,500,000,000 years, whatever, the animals and plants that will exist because of the transformations that civilization has impacted on the planet, because of the impacts that we've made. And so, regardless of the extinctions that we're causing today, there will be life thriving in 1,000,000, 2,000,000, whatever years that are stoked to be alive. And will, in a sense, and we'll be happy that civilization had the impact that it had, that provided the context for those things to thrive in a different world, right?
All right, everybody, we're approaching the end here. I have one more segment of an interview I want to feature. I hope this all makes sense. I hope this all progressed well enough. It's hard to see it while I'm doing it, but I think it all makes sense, yeah? I wanted to end this with someone that I have a great deal of respect for. I respect all these people, of course, but someone that I have a deep respect for is someone that is an elder and who I was trying to figure out exactly where to fit. And I think I felt like it fit here. I felt like it fit at the very end of this section. And as I listened to it, I understood why. And so this section I'm going to feature is an interview with Stan Rushworth. Stan is an Indigenous elder, author, and teacher. We discuss, in the fuller interview, we discuss traditional ecological knowledge and an upcoming book that he and my good friend Dar Jamail are working on, The Changing Earth. That's a project they're currently working on, in which they interview Indigenous people across Turtle Island. And he had a really great short film that was made about him by Ian McKenzie, who I'll be featuring in a later section as well. The short film is Prayer for the Earth, an Indigenous Response to These Times. Stan was born in 1944 He was raised in what is now California by his grandfather, who was of Cherokee descent. He has taught Native American literature at Cabrillo College in Adpos, California for the last 28 years. He is an enrolled citizen of the Chiricahua Apache Nation. He's also a member of the Santa Cruz Indian Council, where he is an advising cultural elder. So Stan, I met him through DAR. He truly is an elder. I had the opportunity to have this really beautiful discussion with him, and I think the reason why I wanted to feature this part of our discussion at the end of this section is because I think a lot of this section is about grappling with apocalypse. What Stan says in this, and I think this is really the crucial thing here, and this is why I think it's good to end it on this note. He says that the real tipping point here, it wasn't, there's climate change and all of this. The tipping point, as he says, was when we lost our sense of kinship with ourselves and with the land, with the earth itself. And that's a really important point, I think, to end this section on. Because I talked about the science of climate change, and I've talked about all of these different ecological trends and all this stuff that's happening, and it's all very frightening, and it's all happening, and it's overwhelming. But it really does come down to relationship. The reason why all of this is happening is because, as Stan said, it's a loss of kinship. And this is how a lot of indigenous people have seen this. White people or colonizers have been freaking out about this shit, about climate change and the ecological crisis and all these things. And it's all very scary, legitimately scary. What has happened to the indigenous peoples of this land? That was an apocalypse for them. That was a cataclysm. And it's still playing out to this day. So something that Stan has said to me, I don't know if he said this in the interview itself or he said this to me in another conversation we've had, but he's like, as people are grappling with these catastrophes, it's kind of like that dread or that grief or all of that is like, how did he say it? He's like, well, welcome to Indian country. It's like we've been living with this for hundreds of years. And now you are facing some of the consequences of this way of living that you have upheld for so long. He didn't say that exactly, but that's basically what he's saying. I'm not trying to put words in his mouth, but that's the message I got from him, from the interview I had with him and just reading his work and getting to know him more. Yeah, and I feel like it was a good idea to end this section with the words of an elder, a true elder.
Where does this start? I don't know where it started historically. There are theories about it, like I said, Mesopotamia, like that. My emphasis more is coming from my cultural standpoint, that the potential for any kind of behavior is existent in all of us all the time. That doesn't mean that the negative potential is an inevitability. What it means is that the negative potential is something there that we make choices. We make active choices, and whether we're going to inhabit that negative potential or a positive potential, to put it in a kind of a simplistic binary. We make choices about if what we're going to do is going to feed life or if it's going to take advantage of life. All right. Some people would argue that that means that evil is intrinsic in human beings. I don't really subscribe to the notion of evil. It's kind of an import to me. It's a cultural import, but I do think of things in terms of right and wrong behavior. And I've made a lot of bad choices in my life, and things that I've done that I've felt really, really badly about. And having to look at those things is an important part of my process of maturation. And I think that that's the case for everyone, really. We can justify our bad behavior and walk on, but really it goes with us all the time. That's why I keep saying to people, a lot of people want to envision a better way to live life. Okay. And I'm all for that, but you can't envision a better way to live life without a really close analysis in the deepest sense, which includes an emotional analysis of how we got to where we are right now. You can't fix an engine unless you can take that engine apart and see what's broken. That's a simplistic analogy, but I think that's the hard work that people have to do. And I think that Dr. Kyle White is a Potawatomi scholar in Michigan. He talks about, in an essay, talks about the tipping point that people are concerned about, the tipping point of 2 degrees Celsius, right? And how we have to act really fast to stop that tipping point. And he says that the real tipping point started, we've been long past, long ago. And that was that we lost right relationship. We lost a sense of kinship. Okay, the sense of kinship was the real tipping point. And that's what needs to be brought back. So this is a generational project, which is, I think, one of the things that I see now with climate change. People are completely freaking out and acting as though this comes out of nowhere, right? Well, this has been a long time coming in one framework and a very short time coming in another framework. Okay, it's a long time coming if you identify with America as something that has existed for a long time. So this kind of goes into how you see time and how you see time and space, right? So if you're caught in a certain kind of linear model of time, then 500 years ago, or say here in California, a couple hundred years ago, is a long time ago. But for like my friends who are California Indians here, they've been here 20,000 years, according to modern science, 18, 20,000 years. For them, they've been here since the dawn of time. Okay. So for them, 200 years of colonialism is a very short experience. And one good friend that I have, Greg Castro, says we're still in first contact. 200 years, when you look at 20,000 years of existing in a place, and you look at 200 years of adjusting to this genocide, okay, then there's still an adjustment to the genocide. There's still an adjustment to erasure. They're still struggling with this big time, all right? So all of what's happening now in terms of COVID, in terms of climate change, is a very fast logical progression to them, okay? You can peg it to the Industrial Revolution if you want to, but to many Native people, they peg it to that predatory nature.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yes. Yeah, it did. I think it did. Yeah. And whatever. Go on.
That's a cultural thing. The predatory nature is a cultural thing. It's something we pass down. It's passed down to children by people's behavior.
Okay. That makes a lot of sense. And so, you talk about the predatory dominant culture is starting to wake up to the ecological crisis, the climate crisis. And I think this, as you mentioned, COVID, this pandemic is also a part of this. But I imagine it must be maybe, I'm not sure what the emotion would be that you would feel when this comes up, but when the people that are a part of the dominant culture begin to acknowledge what's happening on the planet, and indigenous people have been seeing it happening and play out for hundreds of years, I mean, what is the appropriate or what is the best response or the best ways in which people who are waking up to this now, what is the best response that they can have, and what's the best way that they can approach Indigenous people to, I guess, build relationship and communication, to begin to learn and to begin to humble ourselves, I guess, before what has been known for a very long time. What are some appropriate steps that people could maybe take in that process?
Well, respect is the bottom line, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And I think humbleness also, I think, is an aspect of respect. And I think we need to work together because I think Indigenous people do have good ideas, good practices, very functional, very pragmatic ways of seeing the world that are borne out as having worked fairly well for a very, very long period of time, comparatively. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That said, I don't think that it should be up to Indigenous people to solve non-Indigenous people's problems. And I have some issues with that. And it's a complex of emotions for me because I appreciate people coming forward and to Indigenous people and learning what their practices are and working together with them. I think these things are really, really important. Like there are some folks working with forest management through cultural burning and through slow burning. This is happening some in Australia with Aboriginal folks. It's happening here in California and a bunch of places. And it's kind of spreading around the nation. I think those things are really, really important. I think listening to Indigenous writers and Indigenous scholars is also very important in terms of placing oneself as a non-Indigenous person and culture in relationship to the Native experience. Okay, the Native experience has a lot to say. You know, if non-Native people on a large social level and on an intimate personal level will do the reflection necessary to integrate that Native voice or that experience into their lives. Part of the big, I say is I have really mixed emotions about it because on one hand, I feel a great kindness and a great desire to kind of clean things up and to really listen to Native people. And on the other hand, I see even within that desire to listen to Native people, to select what Native people can say. You know, you know, which is, well, I want to hear about your relationship to community, your spirituality, your relationship to the land, your sense of sustainability. All right. I want to hear about that, but I really don't want to deal with the genocide. You know, I really don't want to deal with that because that's the past and it's not going to take us anywhere good. There's too much sorrow and pain there. Okay. So I find that to be kind of an exploitative positioning, really. And I think it's very natural for people, non-native people culturally, to inhabit that position, because that's what has been happening for quite some time. You know, it's still involved with the land. You look at Standing Rock, Oak Flat, right down the street here, Hurustak is the sacred grounds of the Amamutsan people here, who have no federal recognition, no state recognition, and a kind of a venture capitalist group is going to take ceremonial ground. It was their ceremonial ground. It's sacred ground to them for 20,000 years, and turn it into a quarry. And they will completely destroy it. And the Amamutsan have been trying to get local folks to back them with the county governments and stuff and prevent this. But by and large, the ignorance is what they're flying in the face of, you know. There was a big march and it wasn't even in the newspapers, okay? And so it's not on people's radar that you know, the local folks here in that venture capitalist group really has no moral right to that sacred ground. They really don't. And that's, I think, a really deep personal issue for a lot of Americans. That's where Americans will accept, well, you know, gee, we can't go back in time. Well, why not? You know, we look at the Holocaust in Germany, we don't have any problem going back in time and looking at all the photographs and all the thinking, or at least part of the thinking that created that. We don't have a problem with that. So what's the problem with looking at the mission system more obviously and seeing right here in Santa Cruz, you know, only 15% of children born in the Santa Cruz mission reached the age of 15 years old. The rest of them died there before they reached the age of 15. 85% of the people that went in there died there. And this is just all the data that the priests kept. So where is that in the school system? And how then do we approach Native people with respect and humbleness if we don't know any of that stuff, right? Or if we're positioned to say, well, I don't want to deal with the hard parts. You know, there's still then a dehumanizing of the Native person, because you're not wanting to deal with the pain that they carry, right? Mm-hmm. Or with the sorrow that's come down through their family and all the things they've had to deal with, okay? There's still a positioning of privilege to say, well, I don't really want to deal with that, so I don't have to. But tell me about your sustainability. Make me feel at one with Mother Earth, right? Because you guys are really good at that, you know? And there's no putting together, or very seldom is there putting together the idea of, you know, there's a Facebook post that of a sweat lodge, Ta'achi Nada, which means a place of wonders and miracles in the Inde language, Chiricahua language. Sweat lodge is kind of a Western way to talk about it. But there's this great post, and it shows a bunch of people outside this Ta'achi Nada, and it says, this is where we heal our pain. Okay? And that's a Native post. So people want to go in to the ceremony, they want to get into the lodge and gain their notions of sustainability and come back to relationship with Mother Earth. And that's a beautiful thing. But you can't separate what's happened and what continues to happen, you know, and just take the good parts. You can't do that. It's not fair and it's not possible. And so what happens then, you kind of create almost a schizoid relationship to Native people, and which in a way then becomes a schizoid relationship to land. And and how it becomes a schizoid relationship to how you got here. It's still a refusal to look at how you got here. It's asking, in a sense, Native people to solve the problem that you created for them. You know? And as I mentioned before, that's offensive. At the same time, I really appreciate that people are coming forward and listening to Native voices. So there's no real easy kind of thing here, but that's why the simple answer to your question is respect. And what I'm trying to define is what that respect involves, and that involves really an education, you know, in oneself.
Thank you so much for your attention up to this point, for making it all the way through the first part of this very long episode, episode 300 of Last Born in the Wilderness. If you would like to learn more about the people featured in this episode, you can go to my website, lastborninthewilderness.com. You'll find the episode there. You can also just go to the link in the description of this episode. If you would like to support this work, there are a few ways to do that. The first is through a one-time donation through PayPal. You can go to paypal.me/lastbornpodcast. You can make a donation there, or you can find me on Venmo at lastbornpodcast. If you'd like to sustain this work on a regular monthly or yearly basis, you can do that through Patreon. And go to patreon.com/lastborninthewilderness. To all the patrons of this podcast, thank you so much for your support. For all those that have been subscribing to this podcast, that have been listening to this for however long, that have sent me your thoughts, your messages, everything, all the ways in which people have supported me over these years, thank you so much. It's really carried me up to this point. Okay, everybody, that is part 1. I will be releasing part 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 in the coming weeks. Thank you so much.